Are you ready for it?
I'm a real tough kid. I can handle my shit. They said fake it, gotta fake it till you make it, and I did.
I'm just a terrible person, I guess.
Lights, camera, bitch. Even when you wanna die. Breaking down, I hit the floor. All the pieces of me shattered as the crowd was chanting more. With a broken heart.
And good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato here, bringing to you live another Thursday Throwdown. Throwdown Thursday. Thursday Throwdown. Which one sounds better? Thursday Throwdown and Throwdown? I like Throwdown Thursday. That's what I title it as.
I don't know. Yeah, either way, honestly, they both work.
Yeah, I don't know why I went the opposite way on that one. Tonight, I'm bringing back from the dead. I've revived him, Ryan the Radical Coder. He was here last week, and it only took about 5 minutes before his talking points got his butt booted right off the panel really fast. So I said, you know what? Let's do it in a way where you can't get booted. Ryan, where have you been? You've been kind of gone from the streaming world for a while, making the comeback, doing anything fun?
Well, I was working a job that I really loved for about a year, and due to some restructuring, I got let go at the end of last year, and I'm pretty bummed about it. So I'm coming back into this sphere and gonna poke around and see what I can do out here.
Well, I'm all about poking around. Where are you poking at?
Yeah, we'll see. I'll text you after, all right?
Ooh. Well, our topic of the evening is Orange Man Bad. I think that's a great title, great topic. It should rally up the troops pretty well. And Ryan, you wanted to go ahead with a nice opening statement, like just nail it to the ground. We're going to let you have the floor.
Thank you so much.
I'll put you solo.
All right. Donald Trump isn't just corrupt, incompetent, or authoritarian, although he is absolutely all three of those things. He's a criminal mastermind hell-bent on shielding himself from accountability while methodically dismantling American democracy. This isn't a debate over policy details or ideological squabbles. It's a fight over whether our nation will continue to abide by the law or let a twice-impeached, indicted con man rewrite the rules for his own benefit and that of his unprincipled cronies. Let's start with the 2024 election. Trump barely squeaked by, winning with millions fewer votes than Joe Biden did in 2020. Even after brutal state-led voter suppression, millions of names were purged from voter rolls in Texas, Georgia, and Florida. Restrictive ID laws and reduced ballot access systematically crushed the voices of minorities and young voters. In fact, less than 1/3 of eligible American voters cast ballots for him. Yet, he now boasts a so-called mandate to roll unchecked, a mandate propped up by an algorithmically manipulated social media machine where Elon Musk floods users with endless, nauseating pro-Trump propaganda while ruthlessly suppressing dissent. Once in power, Trump didn't hesitate. In under 10 days, he swiftly fired 17 inspectors general, those crucial watchdogs investigating everything from Pentagon fraud to his own campaign finances were eliminated. The Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, essentially the scam police, meant to protect Americans from predatory fraud, was effectively gutted. Offices were shut down, budgets obliterated, databases wiped clean. Instead of accountability, he installed a squad of loyal hacks. Kash Patel, a conspiracy theorist with zero law enforcement credentials, who even authored a MAGA-themed children's book, twisting January 6th into a heroic event, now runs the FBI. Russ Vought, one of the chief architects of his far-right Project 2025, which he pretends doesn't exist, hides behind claims of ignorance while bulldozing civil rights. His first pick for Attorney General was Matt Gaetz, a man with serious allegations of trafficking an underage girl, until that scandal forced him to step aside. Trump then installed Pam Bondi, infamous for dropping an investigation into Trump University after taking a bribe. Even New York City Mayor Eric Adams saw his federal bribery charges vanish the moment he jumped on Trump's hardline immigration bandwagon. This is not your run-of-the-mill corruption. It's a hostile takeover of the justice system designed to protect Trump and punish anyone who dares oppose him. While dismantling every check on his power, Trump is busy wrecking our economy. He now whines about unfair trade deals with Canada and Mexico, the very deals he himself engineered in his first term under the USMCA. Yet, in his second term, he's launched a new trade war, slapping 25% tariffs on imports from Canada and Mexico that force the average American household to pay at least $1,200 extra per year, while provoking China to retaliate with $50 billion in tariffs that decimate U.S. farmers and manufacturers. Paired with a GOP budget that only balances by gutting Medicaid and raising the retirement age, effectively slicing Social Security benefits, Trump is extorting the working class to line the pockets of billionaire donors and corporate fat cats, all while lying about saving American jobs. On the foreign policy front, Trump's betrayal of our allies and shameless deference to authoritarian regimes are downright disgraceful, as 20,000 Ukrainian children are kidnapped, brainwashed, and forcibly renamed by Russian forces, atrocities so monstrous that the International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for Putin. Trump has kept his mouth shut. Instead, he cut off military aid to Ukraine and humiliated President Zelensky by calling him ungrateful before freezing vital intelligence sharing to force Ukraine into a Russia-backed peace deal. In a stunning double standard, he fast-tracked $4 billion, no-strings-attached arms package to Israel, ensuring Netanyahu's demands were met while leaving Ukraine to rot. And if that wasn't enough, Trump has revived his imperial delusions by openly declaring that Canada should be the 51st U.S. state, and by flirting with the idea of annexing Greenland, a Danish territory that has repeatedly and resoundingly said no. This isn't a negotiation. It's a blatant unilateral disregard for consent and international law. And we'll come back to that consent point. Trump's assault on civil rights cuts to the core of our American values. Under the banner of Project 2025, a radical far-right blueprint that his cronies like Russ Vought are zealously executing, he has systematically rolled back federal protections for LGBTQ Americans. His administration erased recognition of non-binary and transgender identities from official documents, stripped protections for LGBTQ students from the Department of Education, and reinstated policies that allow doctors to deny care to transgender patients. In Texas, his incendiary rhetoric has emboldened lawmakers to attempt to criminalize LGBTQ identities and restrict critical health care for transgender youth. And let's not forget Kash Patel's revisionist children's book that twists January 6th into a tale of heroism, complete with a catchy, disturbing tune meant to indoctrinate the next generation with a warped version of history. The lawlessness doesn't stop there. Trump was found liable last year by a jury for sexually assaulting E. Jean Carroll, proving that grabbing him by the pussy isn't just locker room talk. And a verdict handed him an additional $83 million in defamation damages for his incessant lies. Instead of taking responsibility, he has tried to muzzle the media, threatening to shut down networks that dare expose his crimes. He has repeatedly declared that any judge who rules against him should be impeached, labeling them activist hacks, and pressuring House Republicans to remove officials like Judge Tanya Chutkan, who is enforcing the law against him. Even Chief Justice John Roberts, who once helped grant Trump the immunity he so desperately needed because he's a fucking criminal, has been forced to intervene, though Trump continues to trample on judicial independence with every tweet. Trump's blatant disregard for the Constitution extends to immigration and human rights. On his first day, he signed an order attempting to end birthright citizenship, a brazen violation of the 14th Amendment that guarantees citizenship to everyone born on American soil. Federal judges quickly shut that down as unconstitutional. At the same time, his administration launched the largest deportation campaign in modern U.S. history. In one outrageous case, a 10-year-old U.S. citizen recovering from brain cancer was deported because her family didn't meet his draconian criteria. A chilling example of how his policies trample on basic human decency. Sorry.
Wow. Oh, go ahead.
Perhaps most damning is his use of presidential pardons to shield violent extremists. Within days of his return, Trump issued sweeping pardons to hundreds of January 6 rioters, including Proud Boys leader Enrique Tarrio and Oath Keepers founder Stuart Rhodes, sending a clear, dangerous message. If you commit violence in Trump's name, you'll be rewarded. He also pardoned members of white supremacist groups and militia factions involved in violent acts, all while threatening that any judge or investigator who stands in his way will face swift, punitive action. This isn't political theater. It's an explicit endorsement of political terrorism that emboldens extremists to commit further crimes with impunity. When I say Trump must be stopped, I mean he must be held accountable under the law, through due process, not through vigilante violence or mob justice, which is exactly his playbook, not mine. He must be investigated, indicted, and tried just like any other criminal, facing rigorous, lengthy trials where every single crime he's committed is exposed and punished. He's floated the idea of pardoning himself, purged government watchdogs who dared investigate him, and weaponized his Justice Department to silence his enemies. No one, not even the president, is above the law. This is not about partisanship or political games. It's about defending the very principles of our democracy. We cannot allow a man who disregards consent, rewrites history, and rewards violence to remain unchecked. In short, Trump is monumentally, dangerously bad. And the question isn't whether he is, it's how much worse it will get before he's finally dragged into a court of law and held responsible for every single crime he's committed.
Damn. I felt all of that.
I meant all of that.
Yeah, I could tell. Holy shit. I want to start with the civil rights, the LGBTQ. That one stood out because I know that one is kind of a big deal. I believe Trump came out and said there are only two genders, right? That's kind of a kickoff
So,
of it.
yeah.
Then we also have the DEI shutdown, like kind of exclusivity going on in that realm, which kind of goes into minorities, both sexist, racist kind of context or something along those lines, I
Well,
believe.
on that note, it's actually DEIA, so it includes accessibility as well. So like
Oh.
wheelchair ramps, for example, would be
Mhm.
part of DEIA programs, right? So some of the people who are hit hardest by this stuff are disabled veterans, for example. Obviously, not
Mhm.
just veterans who are disabled. All disabled people would be susceptible to this, but disabled veterans would also be affected by those policies being removed.
Oh, wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah.
All right. Well, let's start with the LGBTQ community. Now, where exactly how am I reframing this? What kind of policies are coming down? And I just have to take everything you just said and try to pull
Yeah,
out of
no
that.
problem.
But like, what policies is he planning on putting into place that is going to have the most effect on that? Aside from there are only two genders, right? What else are we seeing that's coming to the surface level or plans to?
So one of the things that I mentioned is a Texas law that passed in the House. I believe it was in the House in Texas, was an attempt to criminalize transgender people. Basically, what they did was they made it a crime to quote unquote misrepresent your sex on any sort of document. So anyone who currently has who has changed their identity legally, which it was legal to do before the executive orders that Trump posted that he filed. Before those executive orders were signed, these people were allowed to change those documents, right? So if they have those documents that were changed before, they would be criminalized under this Texas law that thankfully was blocked in the Senate. But this is just a symbol of the kinds of things that are being pushed forward by the GOP, being emboldened by Trump.
Hmm. Well, so, but the question is usually, what is your sex, right? And then I think, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think the gender question would technically be different, right? Isn't that right? Like if I
That's
asked,
that's a great point. Yeah, no,
okay.
gender, and so one of the problems with the executive order that Trump signed is that it basically declares there are two genders, but which is for the most part true, but the problem is that he doesn't make any sort of distinction between gender and sex like you just did. So there is a distinction between like biological sex and expression of gender. But if this isn't included in the laws, then there's no way to account for this in legal documents, right? So this is eliminating an entire like category of information from everything that involves legal documents, right? It removes this entire category.
Right, but you're going based off of like an expression, right? An expression of gender. So I mean, even if somebody has a sex change per se, would they still qualify, I guess, genetically as their original sex?
Yeah, so I mean, you would still say like we would still identify. I mean, not in common parlance necessarily, but like you can still
Mhm.
identify the difference between like a cisgendered woman. Well, you can't say it on Twitter because Elon made cisgender a slur on Twitter because it's a snowflake. But the
Well,
difference between a cisgender woman. Sorry,
right. I mean, I think, sorry, I interrupted you. That is my apology. But I
no, it's okay.
think, like, I am a woman, right? I wouldn't feel the need to add any additional title to that
Yeah,
because, like, when you start with the origin, right? That's the origin, right? If I have a mug That's the original thing. But if I add on, I have a white mug, you're adding an additional title to something that's already a given.
They're both true, right?
Uh,
It's a mug and it's a white mug. You're a
True,
woman
but
and you are a cisgender woman.
yeah,
All it means is that you
well,
identify as
no,
the gender
I
you were
wouldn't,
assigned at birth.
I would never identify as a cisgender, s- right? Is it
Well, you don't
cisgender or
have to.
cis
It's more.
woman?
It's
Right,
descriptive. It's
right.
descriptive, right? Like you could say, like you might say the same thing to a trans woman. Like they would say, well, I don't identify as a trans woman. It's like, okay, well, we're just talking about the category, like in terms of like if we were documenting, if we were trying to collect data on
Hmm.
women and we wanted to document trans women and cis women, we would make that distinction, right? Like we would put you in the cisgender category and we would put trans women in the trans women category.
Why wouldn't I just be a woman?
Well, that would make the data less clear, right? Because we
Well,
like if you're trying to be more granular, you're like we're talking about two different things. We're talking about people who have X chromosomes and people with XY chromosomes who are
right.
identifying or whose gender expression is that of a woman. I view like gender more as like archetypes.
Hmm.
And again, it is discrete from biological sex. There's a lot of like there's a lot of evidence that both the way that you present and your biological sex separately,
Hmm.
especially if those are different, that both of those things will impact like medical data, for example. Like you might like trans women might have a different experience in a lot of ways medically than cis women. Or cis man for that matter, right?
Okay. And a kind reminder to the audience, I will open up the panel here in just a little bit. Also, a note to add in, we are having like terrible thunderstorms where I'm at right now. If I disappear, it's okay. Let the show continue on. It's just I don't expect the grid to get messed up, but just in case that little qualifier's out there. So, all right. So if you're, let's say, uh, let's say I am a woman and I go through trans like operations, right? And I turn into a dude. Like physically, I get something added on and get my breasts removed and all of those things. And you're saying that I would like on paper, I wouldn't if I checked the box as if I was a dude, um, that's now a federal offense, correct?
It could have been.
Or
I
it
will
could
say, at
be.
least in that Texas bill was an attempt to that. But the bigger problem with like Trump's executive orders is that it removes that. So you can imagine moving like there have been moves to make there be multiple checkboxes, right? So you
Mhm,
could say, oh, yes, I'm biologically this, like but my gender expression is this, my sex is this, my gender is this, right? So like those things will now, which is not very efficient. Those things that may have been being put in place are now going to have to change back. Uh,
okay.
so it's like it's
But
kind of
if
undoing things that
but
have already
you're
been
still
in place. Right?
technically like the sex you were born, right? I mean, genetically you are. Physically, you may express
Yeah.
differently. I could understand that, but I think
Well,
like
that's what I'm saying. Like the
I think
difference
if I
is
was
between sex
filling
and
out
gender.
like a government document, like my driver's license, am genetically a woman, and like I need to fill that out on the license. Like I would probably need to put that, right? If there was no other option between male and female.
Yeah, but the thing is, before Trump's executive order, you were allowed to change that. Like you were allowed to change it on your driver's license. Like that was
Mm,
allowed up until this executive order. So that was the policy in place up until Trump took office again was that trans women could put woman on their driver's license. Trans men
mhm,
could put man on their driver's license. They were allowed to do this, and now
mhm.
they're not allowed to do that
Now you're
anymore.
not allowed to do it.
Yeah, so
Okay.
he's restricting rights that already existed, right? So like regardless of how we feel about whether those rights are like should have been in place, the
Mhm.
fact of the matter is that Trump is restricting those rights. So I mean,
Was
some people
it
might think it's a good thing. I don't, but yeah.
the original, like, order that allowed it? Was that, like, federal legislation, it went through as a bill and all of those things, or was it, like, decided in a
Um, I'm
just
actually not sure what the original like what the like how that change originally went through. If it was like one
right.
thing or like several things over time.
Because 'Cause I'd
One
be
of the yeah,
curious,
yeah,
was
me
it
too.
like an executive order, or was it like a judge overruling a prior,
I'm curious.
order? That would be good to know because then that makes the difference, right? I mean, obviously, if he's kind of filling the seats of the Supreme Court with, heavy-handed conservatives, I can understand how you could blame him, but I'd be curious to find out if it was a court that decided that or if he made some kind of executive order. Because even at that, it still would require kind of like a due process in the
Well, you
legislative
would think.
process.
But one of the problems with Donald Trump is that he doesn't seem to have any regard for that process, right? He does like
Mhm.
his executive orders are not like for example, the birthright citizenship thing. Like that's blatantly in violation of the 14th Amendment. But Trump is intentionally doing stuff like that because
Mhm.
he like the whole point of a lot of these orders is like flooding the zone, like putting so many things in front that like they have to they have to all be challenged, and the idea would be that some of them are just going to naturally get by. But like that one in specific, it's clearly outlined in the Constitution. If you're born on
Mhm.
U.S. soil, you're a U.S. citizen, and Trump. With an executive order, can't change that. You have to have a constitutional amendment, which is a much more complicated process, right?
So if you're a parent and you like come here illegally and you have a like maybe you're pregnant here on the way over, you have your baby here, technically that baby is you're saying would be a legal citizen, right?
Yeah, and they have been
But
for 100, at least over 100 years now. That's been the
right.
case.
But then what if like parents get caught, right? And then what do you do with the kid? Does the kid still have like established US citizenship and they can come back when they're 18? Or I mean, because essentially if the
Yeah,
parents
yeah,
have to
absolutely.
go, what would you do with the child?
Well, what I would recommend, and what is the kind of the more humane process there, is like we provide some sort of pathway to citizenship for people who are not not breaking laws while they're here. Like a lot of people will say that they broke the law by coming over. There's debate about like whether you're like what asylum seeking, like whether you're allowed to seek asylum after
Mhm.
crossing the border, stuff like this is all. There's a lot of complications about that, but
Mhm.
but if we do have a family who's here with a child born on U.S. soil, and they're they're working, they're paying taxes like many immigrants, many undocumented immigrants are. These people are they're helping the economy. They're not doing anything really harmful to like. I don't see why we wouldn't want to give them a pathway to citizenship if we can, if possible. I mean, they're
Right.
helping our economy. They're good for us in a lot of ways. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I can understand that side of it. I don't think it's like the worst thing in the world, right? Especially, if they are paying taxes. But then if you like break it down, how they're paying taxes is still kind of fraudulent, right? Are they getting a social security number that was fraudulently created, right? Or identity theft of some to some degree. I mean, like I'm sure you could come up with a bucket list of like illegal things to do. And yeah, you're paying taxes, but then um, you're somehow
Well,
it's
well, the
weird to
thing is,
say you're paying taxes, but
no, you're
then
right.
like you're doing it illegally as well. And I would imagine that the only reason I'm not saying it is or isn't, but I'd imagine the only way you would be paying taxes is in order to have proof, in order to get a driver's license, in order to, obtain rent, because you got to have a paycheck in order to prove your income or, buy a house or, go about other ways, which then even more so now you're getting into more and more and more kind of identity fraud. Maybe
Well,
not theft, but fraud.
to focus on the fraud part,
Mhm.
you're right that there is identity fraud taking place, but in a lot of these cases, it's not the individuals who are working, those undocumented immigrants who are committing that fraud. It's companies that are paying them under the table who are
Mhm.
using these processes to do that illegally, right? And so they're the ones who are actually committing fraud to pay people less. So if those people had a pathway to citizenship, then and they were able to get legal documentation without being like fear of being deported without due process, as we're seeing right now, um,
Mhm.
then we would be able to make sure that those companies are filing these things correctly, paying them a fair wage, and we'd make sure that they're paying the taxes as well. But in general, if these companies are giving them like stolen social security numbers or whatever, they are generally, I mean, those paychecks are still like income tax is still coming out of those paychecks, right?
Wouldn't that be victimizing them then, though?
What do you mean?
Like now you're and I'm just working around the words, right? Now we're saying that it's the company's fault because they kind of allow this type of access by, working through the red tape in certain ways. Like then that would make them the victim of something that they're doing. And I think you mentioned the
Agree.
asylum thing, but not all categories run under, the asylum seeking. Like you have to be coming from somewhere that actually has an issue going on,
Mhm.
and kind of hardship in the way, not just I just don't like my country anymore. And Chris Thompson with the Big Five says you can't change gender or sex no matter what you cut off. Skittles there.
Yeah, I
um
mean, I don't agree. You can change your gender. That's why we have the category of transgender. I mean, there's like over 100 years of literature on this. You definitely can. There is a distinction between gender and sex. We make that distinction for a reason, and yeah, I mean, so yeah, you can change those things. And in fact, again, before Trump's executive order, you could also legally change these things. But now he's restricting the freedom to do that. And again, Chris might think that's a good thing. But all I'm saying is that Trump is restricting freedom with this order, regardless of how you feel about it. If you think that's a good thing, that's different.
I mean, again, I could understand I could understand on like medical forms or things where that would need to be known. It's very
Mhm.
important. But I think if you're doing government documents, um, when we start allowing like a little change here and a little change there, I think we kind of go down the rabbit hole or Pandora's box of some sort where next thing you know, we're going to be able to just mark any and everything. And then there's not going to be any definitive answers anymore. Right. And
Well,
that's
instead
kind
of
of,
we
mhm,
can come back to, I mean, that might be worth talking about at some point, but
mhm,
we could at least focus for now on just like most trans people are just going to be men, like, or women, right? Identity wise.
mhm.
So for those people, it's not that complicated, right? There's no Pandora's box. It's just a simple, they're checking a different box, and of course their doctors are aware. Like no trans person is lying to their doctor about their biological sex, or
Right.
they don't want to.
Right.
Obviously, if that Texas bill had passed, then that would add all sorts of complications. Maybe someone would be nervous. Maybe someone would be scared to tell their doctor. And also, there are other protections that have been removed from other executive orders where now doctors can actually refuse treatment, not just refuse treatment for gender dysphoria, but refuse treatment on the basis of someone being trans because they don't want to treat them, which
Oh,
is a
really?
whole other problem. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Treat them like I mean, like if you were a transgender and you walked into an ER, because you got
Discrimination, just plain and simple discrimination. Like in the same
really?
way they would discriminate against someone for being black previously. Like these are
What kind
civil
of
rights that are being
order
eroded.
went through that did that though? I don't know if you
Let me
could,
find the
because I
exact
mean
one.
that comes from like the whole HIPAA. What's the whole thing for like doctors like to like you can't turn away. I mean, you couldn't even turn away somebody that's illegal, doesn't have insurance, doesn't even have a driver's license or something. So I'd imagine that that would actually be illegal too, to turn away healthcare. Like, and I'm talking regular healthcare, whether it's physician, therapy, emergency room, you're pregnant, things like that. I would imagine that would be illegal to discriminate because that's the whole healthcare policy is to not. And while you're looking, Chris Thompson in with the big two says, "We the people voted for this." That's a fair point. That's a fair point. And since you're still looking, Mayo Monkey comes in with the Big Ten, says, "Show me one more mental issue where delusion is encouraged and affirming the delusion is treatment." It's gonna be a rough
Well, let
night.
me actually engage with that one real quick. So,
Sure.
this is a very common talking point about like transgender issues. But if you actually like understand what's going on, like with gender dysphoria, from it seems like the problem is not any sort of delusion. It seems like the problem comes from a full understanding that their body is one way, that they're presenting one way, the people around them identify them one way, and that's the thing that causes them distress because they're like, but that's not who I am. Like in my heart of hearts, like I don't
Mhm.
see myself that way. I want to grow my hair out and talk like this or whatever. Like they're not saying, hey, hey, I'm literally in a, like, people say in the wrong body kind of casually, but they're not like literally saying like, oh, I'm actually physically in a different body. Like they understand what body they're in, and that's the thing that's causing them the distress, right? So this isn't encouraging delusion. There's like, even gender affirmation is not about encouraging delusion. No one's telling trans people you should pretend that you don't have a certain biology, right? That's not what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, I can kind of see it. I mean, uh, like the same as like a woman who's anorexic, right? And clearly she's as skinny as just skin and bones. And everyone's saying like, no, girl, like you're so tiny, stop it. And then somewhere in their head, they don't believe it. Now, my question to you is, what if she was anorexic? Would you want to affirm that and allow her to continue? Or would you rather give her treatment and try to convince her otherwise and the point of accepting her body and accepting who she is?
So it's a great point, because it really it shows the difference in what's going on
Mhm.
here. So with people who have body dysmorphia, which is a completely different thing, they actually, when they look in the mirror, they don't like, they see themselves different, like a completely different version of themselves than what's actually there. It's like a transgender person sees themselves, or someone with gender dysphoria, they see themselves, and that causes them distress because they see exactly what is there. That's the thing that causes them distress. The person with body dysmorphia, they see a warped version of themselves, and that's what's causing them distress. So it's
Mhm.
actually, I mean, I don't think I would use the word delusion. I don't know what what mental health care professionals would call it exactly, but it's closer to the common parlance, how we would say delusion. Like that's closer
Mhm.
to a more delusional thing than a transgender person's experience, from my understanding.
Okay. Mayo Monkey comes with the big five saying dysphoria is depression. Would you agree that there's some form of depression built into that?
There can
Or
be. I mean, it's they are probably often like I don't know if comorbidity is the word I'm looking for, but like like they're probably go hand in hand often.
Mhm.
Especially my understanding is that when trans people are kind of rejected by their families or the people around them, like their social ecosystems, those are going to be people they have a lot more depressive symptoms than people
Mhm.
who are accepted by the ones around them, which is, I mean, you could imagine that being true of anyone who has their identity refuted by the people around them, even if it's not just about their gender.
Okay. Now, with the idea of like they see their body and they just don't like what they see, right? Um, at what point, because I feel like there's a lot of ways we need to like build in this acceptance of ourselves, and work with what God gave you. I mean, there's ugly people, there's beautiful people, there's people who don't even like, they believe like they have an arm that they believe needs to be cut off or something, right? I shouldn't have this arm, it needs to come off, whatever. Or you even have the opposite where people had an arm removed and then they get that like ghost arm, where they still believe it's there
Mhm.
physically. Um, you know, for those situations, we would teach more along the lines of accept who you are. Not to say that we can't change and become better people or improve. Like if I was overweight, I would, want self improvement. I wouldn't just accept who I was, right? I would want to
Mhm.
do better, but I still wouldn't hate myself, right? And so, is there like some kind of hate build? Like, why are we
Well,
not rolling with the idea of accepting who you are versus like you reject who you are? So let's just keep going down that road.
so what you're describing is essentially kind of conversion therapy in a way. And the reason that we don't do this now is because it just didn't work.
Mhm.
Like trying to like, no, just love your body the way it is, the way God made you, like you're perfect the way you are. This stuff, it did not, it didn't solve this problem, and in
Mhm.
fact, increase suicide rates in a lot of ways.
Okay.
So like that kind of stuff, like it's not that this is an untapped, like, no, like that, oh, we just haven't tried this thing. Like that's what we've been doing for
Mhm.
decades, right? We've been treating these people like they just need to figure out how to love themselves the way they are. And obviously, like, you know, it's good to encourage people to love their body as is. And I think that's also still part of gender affirming care, can be like, hey, you don't have to necessarily modify your body to express it as a different gender, like
Right.
especially for younger people, right? Like this is we don't want like minors doing lifelong changes, especially if they might change their mind later. Like these are things that
Mhm.
are important. So yeah, I mean, again, like these can go hand in hand. But historically we've tried to do exactly what you're saying, where we just like that raw acceptance without any
Mhm.
sort of acknowledgement that, hey, maybe some people, the acceptance is like on the other side. Like the people around them
Mhm.
need to accept that, hey, like this person's going to express in a way that you're not comfortable with, and you might have to kind of reconsider like what your comfort, like why you're uncomfortable with that.
Okay, fair. And then what are your thoughts to because I know there's been some stories that I haven't like looked into them, but I've heard about going like through the operations or the hormones and all of these things, and then they regret it and then want to switch back later, or whether switch back or they just regret it. What are your thoughts to that idea?
I mean, it happens. People desist. I think that's the term for it. I think that a lot of these voices are elevated by anti-trans activists, unfortunately.
Okay.
But I mean, I think these people should be treated with empathy and get the healthcare they need as well.
Mhm.
I mean, there are a very small percentage of transgender people who do end up desisting. But yeah, again, I don't think that we should like bully them for that or anything. Like they should be
No,
welcome just as much, you know.
I don't think
Yeah, well, I mean,
anybody
there,
should
yeah,
be
on the
bullied
other
at
side.
all. Like overall,
Yeah,
I think there is a degree of civility, right? I look at it as we are all still humans, but I don't have to necessarily accept everything about everyone, but I can
well, can
still
I,
treat them like a person.
on that civility note, I want to, because I mean, we've talked fairly extensively now about if we can, oh,
Oh,
sorry, you popped
sorry.
away for a
I
second.
think that was me. Sorry.
Yeah. If we can kind of bring it back like to the civility point, I mean, we have a president who is infamous, known for his like mean nicknames of political opponents, of bullying, of really just bullying anyone who disagrees with him, labeling everyone as, or, I mean, his supporters call people who talk extensively about the crimes and things he does as having Trump derangement syndrome. Like we have a bully in chief, and
Mm,
I mean that's really what I'm here to talk about tonight is the orange man being bad. So
fair enough.
yeah, I would want to focus on that when we talk
Yeah,
about
we could
civility.
we could switch gears.
He's
Yeah.
setting a very bad precedent for our youth in America. Like they look at the president, the person who's supposed to represent our country, and they see someone who uses power in this way, and I think it's not good.
Fair enough. Let me read these and then we can press on. Mayo monkey with a big five. Anorexics look in the same mirror and they think they are fat. There's no difference. You're
That is a
welcome to
difference.
respond if you want. Sure.
Yeah,
Mayo monkey following up says current treatment is continuing the dysphoria, not treating it.
not sure what they mean by that.
Instead of, I guess, instead of like talking them out of it, it would be like, okay, we'll give you exactly what you want to treat.
Mm.
Right.
I don't think that. Yeah, I don't think the treatment is like, oh, we'll just do whatever you want. Like, I just don't think that's how it
There
happens.
are a lot of like psychological and like motions you would have to go through, I think, right? Before you can just
Yeah.
go through this operation. I think, to my understanding, they take it very, very seriously. And I remember the last person I talked to about it, like she was telling us how it was like months and months and months and months and like you're
Mhm.
constantly going through kind of like testing to make sure this is really what you want. And then it's also very expensive. And then healthcare doesn't necessarily, I don't think healthcare covers it, right? Um,
Especially not now. But yeah,
right. So well, I mean, if they cover a boob job for me, then
yeah,
then
that's gender affirming care,
whatever,
arguably, right?
whatever. And Robert Switzer with the big five says gender affirming care, nothing care about feeding mental. Nothing caring about feeding mental illness. Orwellian term smuggling at its finest. What is Orwellian?
Basically,
what-
he's accusing me of doing newspeak. He's saying that I'm smuggling in I'm smuggling in feeding mental illness into the label of gender affirming care. But I see it's the opposite. I'm like gender affirming care actually is. Sorry, I keep bringing up the comment again. I lost my train of thought. I was looking at
Oh,
the
my
words.
apologies. There you go.
Right. Yeah. So, like, gender affirming care is the thing that we found that alleviates that mental illness or the symptoms of that mental illness.
Sorry.
Bless you.
I wanted to spare the crowd from that one. There's usually a second follow-up sneeze, but hopefully I can get through without it.
We won't hold it
Okay.
against you.
So you wanted to go into the civility, like the fact that we have a bully for president. Dive into that. You were talking about kind of the way he kind of bullies himself around
Mhm.
Trump deranged. What is it? Trump deranged? What was it?
Yeah, his supporters regularly accuse anyone who talks about the bad things that he does, of which I think I listed many. If people talk about these things, even as he's doing them, like day by day, he's doing more and more of these things. I think hours before this debate panel, he's trying to use executive power to eliminate the Department of Education, which is something that is supposed to be done through congressional through the legislature. But anyone who talks about these things as they're being slammed in our faces every day as through his presidency, we're accused of having Trump derangement syndrome, and it's just gaslighting, pure and simple. It's hey, you're crazy. Why are you acting so crazy about this guy who's doing unprecedented crazy things? And I think that we're not just being bullied by Trump, we're also being bullied by the sycophants who are like, I would argue, in a sort of cult following him.
Really? Okay, that's fair.
Yeah.
And then you were tapping into the Department of Education. He's like trying to shut the whole thing down, or is he trying
Absolutely.
to kind of switch it around, or is he creating a new
No.
agency for it, or what?
No, he's I think let me pull up the actual, because this just happened literally hours before this debate. Let's see. Department Education Trump. I mean, he's been trying to gut it for a while, but yeah, he signed an executive order to dismantle it. And no, there's absolutely no replacement for these things when they do this stuff. So this is a direct quote from Trump. "It sounds strange, doesn't it? Department of Education. We're going to eliminate it." Before signing the order, Trump turns to the children and asks, "Should I do this?" I wish we could tell him, no, don't do that. There's a lot of good things the Department of Education does, and even if you don't think the Department of Education does good things, it's not within the power of an executive order to eliminate those departments. It's just not how our country works.
Well, if we eliminated like at a federal level, I'm assuming it would fall back down to the states, right?
Well, the
To
states
run.
would be able to have their own departments of education, I suppose. Yeah.
I mean, so what would be some advantages of the before you actually hold on? If anybody's a member, I went ahead and dropped the link on a community post that is only for members only. You can have early access to that, and if not, in a few minutes, I will drop it to the public. Okay, so Department of Education. What would be the downfall of getting rid of the Department of Education? Like, where would we lack?
So one of the things it does is federal student aid and college access. It manages Pell Grants. I just plugged this in, so I'm looking at like direct things right now. But Pell Grants, student loans, oversees FAFSA, enforces regulations to prevent student loan fraud and predatory lending by for-profit colleges, protects student rights like enforcing Title IX, ensuring gender equality. Implements IDEA, so Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which guarantees special education services for students with disabilities, enforces civil rights to ensure that all students, regardless of race, ethnicity, or disability, have equal access to education, K through 12 support. So, I mean, we could keep going through these, but I guess what I would ask is, for anyone who supports getting rid of it, like, do you have a replacement? It doesn't seem like Trump has a replacement for it, and it seems
I
like
can
a lot
answer
of these
that.
things. Okay. Yeah. Awesome.
Hey,
Cool.
Grid.
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm just fucking with my lights. I'm sorry. I gotta thing here in a minute, but yeah. So first of all, the history of the Department of Education is fucking nuts. It was you know who established the Department of Education by any chance?
I believe there was an initial version of it where it wasn't actually like a department. It was there's an earlier version of it that was established like 200 years ago, and then there's the more recent
Well, it wasn't
one
200 years ago,
like,
but
what 150 years ago, something like that. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
But there was
Eddie
one in like the
Rockefeller.
80s that
the robber
yeah.
barons.
Okay, yeah, sure.
Robber barons, yeah.
Who's that?
Okay. Yeah, like the guys who are in
Eddie
office right now.
Rockefeller, Carnegie, Vanderbilt, J.P. Morgan. They needed to. And actually, there's a whole cool thing about how the modern school system is so fucked up that that what they wanted was they needed better factory workers. But the problem is people have very comfortable lives on farms and in rural areas. So what they did is they established a public school system. They spent about $180,000 in like 1920s dollars. And Rockefeller was just a really ridiculous guy. And he did this, and he searched the world looking for the perfect model. Do you know what model our school system is based on, sir?
Pray tell.
It's really interesting that you stand for something
like
you know
Russian?
nothing about. Prussian. PR.
Well, I know you say I know nothing about it, but I just listed a few things that the Department of Education does very clearly.
But they don't know it. But you don't understand the history, and without understanding the history and origin of a thing, it's you're championing something you don't actually understand why it exists. And the reason it exists is to indoctrinate humans and turn them into factory workers, and it does it very well.
How does it do that currently? What are the
how do they
ways
do
that
that
the Department
currently?
of Education currently does that?
You show up at 8 o'clock, correct? What time do you go to work? 8 o'clock.
So you don't think that
you have a bell to tell you when to
not every
move
school,
from class
8
to
o'clock, it's
class,
different
just like you do in a factory job or most jobs. You eat lunch at a very specific time. You do everything at a very specific time. The previous schools, the previous school system used a more Socratic method, which challenged young minds. And actually, most people didn't go to school because they didn't need to go to school. And we see the results of that today in that people come out of the public school system not even reading at a third grade level because they've never had to actually do anything but follow directions, and barely at that. And they go to college where they rack up hundreds of thousands of dollars in student loans and don't pay them back. I literally was on a panel the other day with a guy who literally said he pays $100 a month on $100,000 of student debt, and he has absolutely no intention of ever actually paying the debt off.
Well, people with degrees tend to make more money, so they're in a better position to pay that.
I will say I do think that is problematic. Like I used my military to help pay for my university. I actually, when I went to community college,
and I like that about you, Sarah.
I paid my way through community college. Then when I switched over, transferred to 4-year, that's when I tapped into the GI benefits, and that took me all the way to the master's. But like, to me, I think if you're going to go to college and take a loan out, like why not just take as many classes as you can afford, right? So when I started at community college, I could only take 2 or 3 classes because that's all I could afford.
Right.
You know, you can.
I paid for my own school. I paid for my own college. It was the worst investment I've ever made.
Well, I'm so glad I got my degree. I love it. I mean, I consider it a bachelor's degree in facts and logic. I got a computer science degree. It helped me land an odd job right out of college, or before I even graduated college. I was able to work at Lockheed Martin right out the gate for like 3 years. I feel like I've been able to.
Did you go massively into debt to go to school?
No, I was very lucky. I didn't have to.
Okay.
Through scholarships and family and various things, I was blessed.
Okay, good for you. Most people don't. Most people
lucky for me, right? Not good for me. I didn't. It's not like I'm going to say I was very lucky to be born in that situation.
I don't. Luck has jack shit to do with it.
Luck has everything to do with it. For me, at least, I didn't like.
I mean, from the man with a clover on his hat, I'm telling you, luck is vastly overrated. At any rate, so the public school system should be returned to the states, if at all. The federal government has absolutely no business doing any of it. And you can't point to where in the Constitution of the United States where it says that you're owed an education. You can't do that.
Oh, wait.
Sorry.
Okay, I don't feel obligated to do that. I like the Department of Education.
Why would you not?
Exists
Do you
right
not
now
understand the
because
Constitution?
the
is
Department
law of the
because
land?
the Department of Education exists right now, and it does things that I think are good, and I'm okay with.
What
that
do you think it
existing.
does good? I got to hear this. What do you think it does good?
Sure. So we talked about federal student aid and college access. So overseeing FAFSA, which is a free application.
Teaching
for federal
kids how to
student aid.
take money.
Well,
So,
to get
is
students
that
to pay
good?
for college.
How does that? How
so
is
that
that
they can
good?
pay for college to get degrees where they can
But
make
they're
more money and
supposed
pay
to
those
be
bills.
learning.
Well, FAFSA is only like small grants, right? They won't pay
Yeah.
for all of it.
It also
They
manages.
might
Yeah.
get like give you some book stipends and maybe cover like a class
that's
or two
one
here or
thing.
there.
But it also manages
How is that? How's that a positive?
and work study
Can you-
programs.
I'm not saying it's positive. I'm
No,
just
no,
saying
I'm
it's
not-
like a little
Look.
chunk.
People can't do math. They can't write. They can't write. They can't.
a little bit.
They can't do. Literally cannot fucking read, bro.
I mean, there is a problem with an
Do you know what? And the
educated
problem
populace,
exists
yeah.
because of the public education system that literally we
I would
spend.
say-
You know how much money we spend on the education system, Department of Education?
in like
I know I'm I'm in a hurry. I'm sorry. I'm not giving you a lot of time. $800 billion, sir. $800 billion.
Okay. I mean,
Do you know
that's
that every-
like
that
we're
the
investing in
past-
our future.
For the
We're
past
investing in
11
people.
years. Hold on. For the past 11 years, they've not been able to account for anywhere between $8 and $12 billion a year. They just literally don't know what happened to it.
I mean, I'd have to see that specific thing, but I mean, I'm sure that there are various offsets of
They
things.
haven't
that
had a
we can
balanced
dig
budget
into.
in the past 10 years, at least 10, maybe 12 years.
Okay.
It's an
Okay, so do you think
it's an
that-
organization that needs to go, sir.
Well, okay. You haven't really made a case for it to disappear. You've just said that it
I will.
spends
It
a lot of money.
can't balance
I mean-
its budget. It's not doing its job of education.
According to
It's
you,
the Department of Education, and the average person graduating high school, sir, can't read at a third grade level, sir.
Well,
I
don't know
will
if I don't
say,
think that's true,
I
the
will
third grade
add
level thing.
into, we do offer a free college plan for everyone. You just have to dedicate 4 years of service to the military and
Correct.
they'll pay for it.
True.
That's why I never understood that as an argument, for your mic. I don't know if you're
It's a
talking close
serious
enough
robot.
to your mic or not.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, but you sound like you're underwater.
Where's your
Shit.
mic at? Oh, wait, you're coming in
All
better
right.
now.
Better.
Is that better? Okay, sorry. I think it might be a lag thing.
Could be.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me clean now?
Yeah, we got you.
Okay. So what I wanted to say to Buddy up in top screen right there. Sorry, I
Yeah.
don't know your name. It's all good. One of the benefits of defunding public schooling would be all these student debts cannot be forcefully reclaimed. That people don't have to live with a hammer over their head, even though they made a mistake of because they were told that it was a wise investment. They won't no longer have $30,000 of debt hanging over their head. Like everyone with their graduate degree, they're in debt, severely in debt, and sticking to something that they don't even believe in anymore.
So maybe like it would probably be good if there were ways to relieve some of that student loan debt, right?
No, not at all, because then that would just be forgiveness,
hold on.
but not the stopping of the process of
Department
accumulating debt.
Education has nothing to do with student loans. The Department of
I don't think
Education is
that's
K through 12, sir. K
I
through
think it
12.
also involves student
I
loans.
think they do
So
run
both.
FAFSA and
Yeah,
federal
they run these
programs.
minor organizations, but I'm talking about people can't read, and you're talking about fucking college.
Well, let's
Why
talk
do
about
they
that.
deserve to go
you're
to
suggesting-
college if they can't fucking read?
You're assuming that
I'm not
getting rid of the
assuming. I'm
Department of
using
Education-
data,
No,
sir.
I'm sorry. Listen, let me finish the sentence. You're assuming that if
People
we get rid of the
with
Department
degrees
of
don't always
Education, it would,
think-
hang on, please.
Hold on.
If we remove the Department of Education, that it's going to help these literacy rates. I think the opposite will happen. I think we're going to see those literacy rates go down.
We have much higher literacy rates when there was no Department of Education, sir.
We had higher literacy rates in
Yes.
like the 70s and 80s before
Yeah.
we do now.
Yeah,
I'm not
absolutely,
sure about that. Let's
100%.
see.
100%.
I can write
And they can
calligraphy,
write
and people
cursive,
going into
sir.
college can't read
And they could
calligraphy
do
now.
math. And they knew how to balance a fucking budget. You lose this argument because you're all about feelings. You don't care about results. And
Well,
you're
I'm
talking
literally
about
looking it up.
college. Sir, you're talking about college like people deserve to go to college, and they fucking don't. Nobody deserves shit. You earn your way through life. Period.
College
well,
doesn't
you
allow
say that,
you
but
the
we have
motivation
social
to
programs
create a
that
company.
exist currently. And
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. He was
go
speaking.
ahead, God, Guns, and Glory. Yeah.
We didn't hear you guys.
Can I say
I
something?
couldn't hear you, Ryan. I'm sorry. What'd you say?
I want to let God's
Go ahead,
God, Guns,
God.
and Glory go. He's been.
So, education doesn't generally allow you the ability to create a company. Almost every uneducated, undegreed person are the people creating jobs for every single Western country. Show me a guy who has 10 degrees that is supplying 100 jobs to the economy. Well-paying jobs.
Well, hold on.
Do you think that
Go ahead.
someone? Well, real quick. Do you think that someone who is a successful businessman is more or less likely to send their children to college?
I'm saying by the standards of
Can you answer that question?
debt-based education. I am. Under debt-based education, the more debt-based education you have, the less likely you are to create a company that can actually supply jobs to the everyman. Well-paying jobs at that.
So first of all, I do own companies.
Okay. Do you send your children to college?
I send my children to a private school. If he wants to go to college, he will go to college. His dream right now is to go to West Point. I can do nothing to help him get there. He has to do that on his own merit, which is the way it should fucking work for everyone, sir.
What if that merit involves getting scholarships from federal
Oh,
students?
No, there's no scholarships.
military college, like you
have
go in
to
on
get there on your merit alone.
Yeah, and then you're signing a 6-year, I think a 6-year contract. If you go military, I believe it's 5 or 6.
Yeah, and you know the reason that he does. So let me. This is how based my kid is. My kid, before we talked about West Point, he literally was. He kept talking about going into military. My wife's like, "Why is he talking about going into the military? Is this you?" And I'm like, "No, I'm telling him not to go in the military." And so we were talking one day, and I'm like, "Why is it that you want to go in the military so bad?" And he's like, "Well, because I'll get the GI Bill, and then you and mom don't have to pay for my college. I don't want to be a burden to you." Mm-hmm. That is a proper attitude. That's a young man that's going to succeed at West Point because he doesn't want anything given to him. And that's a problem with our society. Everything that you said in your opening is gimme, 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 gimme. So. There's zero accountability, zero earning shit. It's all about what you think you deserve. It's all about what you think people should give you. And the problem is that the American taxpayer is a person giving that, and the American taxpayer is fucking tired of it. And with that, I'm sorry. I'll listen to your rebuttal, and then I've got to go. I've got to get ready for my own show. I'm sorry. I wasn't even going to do this, but I couldn't help myself. Go ahead.
I mean, I just don't agree with your characterization of my opening as being all about entitlements.
It literally was nothing but a 10-minute railing of entitlement. You can ask the entire chat.
I think it was a railing of Donald Trump and his actions specifically, and the things that he's done, the power grabs, the way that he restricts rights that exist currently.
The way
look, businessman that'll fire
your news from NBC. I understand it. It's okay. I'm telling you that literally everybody. All I heard was Donald Trump is wanting to make people earn their way, and I don't fucking like it.
I don't think Kash Patel earned his way to be the FBI director. He has absolutely no experience in criminal justice because he's a conspiracy theorist with no law enforcement credentials.
We're all conspiracy theorists.
Can I point out something quickly?
Yeah, maybe you are, but Kash Patel has no law enforcement experience.
I used to be
the director of the FBI.
Conspiracy theory, but I was literally talking. I was in a chat the other night, and I'm like, "You guys are all a bunch of fucking conspiracy theories." And he's like, "It's only a conspiracy until it's revealed as the truth." And I'm like, well, I can't fucking argue against that.
Well, you can't argue against that.
I'm sorry. I have to go. I got to go get cleaned up and everything.
Hey, Grid One, sorry for over talking you there a few times, buddy. Much respect. I hope you have a great show.
I don't take anything.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, don't take anything personally, Ryan. It's just the whole entitlement thing's got to go, man. Be better. You look like a
Well, I
good
think so,
human. Be a
so.
better human.
I mean, yeah, I just disagree. I think that entitlement programs are good. I think they help people, and that like we can afford it. We're the richest country in the world. We can do these things, and I want to see an America where like we don't have starving people, or I mean, they're not literally starving on the street, but we have tons of homeless people. I think that we can alleviate these things with better strategies.
Do you think?
Well, I think a good strategy would be keeping the money at home, right? Ryan, I think you're probably like a good dude at heart, but you're stuck in debt, aren't you?
Me?
You got lots of
Yeah,
education.
I am.
Yeah,
Oh,
you
not
got
education debt.
student
No,
debt. Specifically,
no,
your
no, I don't
personal
have student
debt.
debt.
Yeah,
No,
but
he
like I
specifically
imagine,
said he didn't. He specifically said he didn't.
I'm very lucky. in
yeah,
that
you
regard.
don't. That's a blessing, buddy, because a lot of people
No,
who try and learn stuff end up in an extreme amount of debt. Like I could build a house from the ground up. I don't have like I got my grade 12.
Spicoli.
Holy
Like,
Spicoli.
you know what I mean? Like, I never went to college because I was too poor to go there.
Yeah, that's
Thothmage,
unfortunate. I think you should have been allowed to get them.
Thothmage, I see you backstage, but it's not like it's showing your devices aren't connected. So either your mic or cam or something it's not operating properly. So you'll have to either jump back out and back in. Hi, Bane Bear. How are you?
Doing good, Sarah. How are you?
I'm well. And let me get a quick shout out. And hi, Spicoli. Bluegrass Addict with the Big Five says support for Sarah. Thank you kindly. Firm Audits using his membership says, haha, my first month, more to come. Smash that like button, everyone. Oh, that rhymed. And Firm Audits following up with a Big Five says, just need one more for the goal. Let's get it. And then, of course, Bane Bear, a kind supporter of the show, dropped the Big 10 on Cash App, says, you know I love your stuff. Thank you so much, kindly. All right. Oh, there we go. I got you, Thothmage. You're on. Okay.
Did you read the second part of the message or no?
No, on purpose, for good reason.
I understand it.
And let's see. Ooh, this will be fun. Hi,
Hey,
Needy Poo.
Hey,
Oh,
oh,
somebody.
we need
Hi
to
there,
get another
Ryan.
wave up here.
Hey, Doug.
Oh,
Hey,
hold
Doug.
on. Everybody hold on for a second. There's that feedback coming from somebody.
Is it me?
It's
might
me.
be-
It's me. I'll just push it.
Okay. Fair enough.
Is it
All
me?
right.
Is it- How do I sound?
Spicoli,
Am I okay?
you sound beautiful, Spicoli. Spit it out because I know you want to run crazy and wild right now.
Don't fucking raise a
I'll
hand.
listen.
Can I talk first for like at least a minute?
Yeah, because I know you'll be fast.
Yeah, and I have to go out. I have to get a new door lock. My door, I was having trouble getting my key to open my door. So I have to go to Home Depot and get some food. So let me be brief and then let me go. So let me talk for a minute or two. Okay, Radical Ryan. Now, I know Ryan for a long time. Okay, how you doing, my man? And let me explain something. I'm an old school liberal, not a progressive liberal now, but I'm old school liberal. We believe in free speech. To be honest, I'm 67. I've been a lifelong Democrat since age 18, voted for Democratic president the whole time. Other than the last two elections, I didn't vote for anybody because I don't like Trump, I don't like Biden, I don't like Clinton. So I haven't voted. That was the first time since I was 18 that I didn't vote the last two elections. I couldn't bring myself to vote for Trump, and I didn't like Hillary Clinton. Second time around. So right now, I'm still a registered Democrat technically, but I'm more an independent because, as we know, the Democrats slid more to the left and the Republicans slid more to the left too. So they're more aligned with me. So I'm just probably a tad where I used to be considered left, like in the 60s, 70s.
All right.
I was like a
Spicoli, we
hippie
get
type.
it.
Okay, here's my point. All right.
Nicole, I have a question for you.
Hold on.
Is
let
there
him
any
spit out.
Let me
Hold
talk.
on,
Let me
hold
talk.
on, Hold on.
Wait,
hold
hold on.
Let Spicoli
me
spit
get-
his thoughts out first.
Yeah. Okay, let me finish on a few points. Okay. As far as, everybody knows by now I have a younger gay brother, 4 years younger than me. I have trans friends. I live in Palm Springs where, 35% of the dudes are gay. I live 9 miles from Palm Springs. Half the guys over 50 are gay. I love it because there's lots of vajayjay for me. Here's my point. So obviously I'm not coming from a right-wing perspective on this. That's my background. Very liberal. I do all kinds. I take shroom. I do psychedelics still. I'm an old hippie basically. Here's my point. As far as trans go, here's why I like Trump for two reasons. And I didn't vote. I'm in California, so my vote didn't matter anyway. It was going to go to Biden no matter what. But if I was in a border state, I would have voted for Trump for two reasons. His stance on Israel, because obviously I'm Jewish, I'm a Zionist. And also another reason is because this trans nonsense got too much out of control. I totally disagree. If you want to be over 18, if I disagree with the transing of kids, I disagree with introducing the stuff to kids under 18 and all this other shit. And here's my point, Ryan, because first of all, here's the things I'm against. I think if you're going to trans, you should be over 18, should be the legal age, preferably 21 and over.
Trump made it 19.
And then here's my, well, okay,
Preferably.
but the point is this. Here's the point. They're giving what they call top surgery, double mastectomies to girls as young as 12 and average age is 15. And these kids can, and then it's just ridiculous. It's like, we're going to look back at
Do they even
obvious-
have?
Here's my
boobs?
point. Here's my point. I like Trump, the orange man, because he basically put a stop to, like I said, I'm pro-gender. If you want to cut your penis off, but not for kids. Anybody under 18, and it's going too far with kids, the puberty blockers, that's all too much bullshit. And also, as far as Israel goes, I like his stance on Israel. Those are my reasons I like him. Biden was obviously very pro-trans, and believe me, I'm pro-trans.
Wrap it
The only
up.
thing I disagree on
Wrap
is,
it
wait,
up.
this is my last thing. Let me wrap it up. I just think two things. I don't think you should be over 18, and also I don't think Medicare or Medicaid should pay for it, or health insurance. I think you should pay for it yourself. And it was like, here's why a lot of people started doing it, because in 2012, when Obama had, he made healthcare for everybody.
Nicole, you're doing a great job.
Affordable healthcare. When he made affordable healthcare, he wrote in the bill
Very
that
popular
Medicaid
policy.
could care for transgender operations on people. So it's just gone too far. Ryan, what do you have to say about that and your take on that in Israel? That's why I like Orange Man. Otherwise, I think he's a crazy narcissistic
Oh my God.
fuck.
Shut up.
So I'm not really.
Okay.
I'm not a big
Just ask the
fan of
question,
him.
Okay.
Carrie.
All right.
Yeah. Ryan, which part of his autobiography would you like to address now?
I don't think that I don't think there's any kids getting their penises cut off. I don't think that's happening. My understanding is very, very, very few cases of.
I absolutely do know that's a fact. They are getting some of them chopped off. It is under
Jazz
faith
Jennings
reasons.
at
for
17.
in
Jazz
America? I
Jennings
don't
was
think that's happening.
17.
I think
Jazz Jennings,
Spicoli would be-
17.
Hebrews at 14 years old.
Chloe, age 15 got top surgery. All right, be quiet.
God, hold on.
think-
God, I don't know if you have a delay, but you do keep like interfering with the stuff. I don't know if there's a delay or not, but if you could kind of like, we're going to get Spicoli on here and off of here as quickly as possible for all of our sanity's sake. All right. Ryan, did you want to discuss back with Spicoli?
I think I'll let him have his piece. I mean I don't know what to say.
I think I can address a piece of it. I think that Spicoli would be relieved to know that the guidelines that are set out for a lot of the quote unquote gender affirming care also concur with his conclusion that it should be done at age 18. The WPATH standard for care has quite a few requirements for what they mean being what they would regard as consent. One of those is screening for comorbidities, and another one is having your age be a particular age. Now, we can talk about puberty blockers, and I'm also under the impression that mastectomies could be a unique circumstance. But also, I would add that mastectomies are already provided for females at all ages, because there are circumstances and situation where bust and breast development actually leads to significant back pain. So those reductions can actually happen at almost past a point in development. Those can actually happen at all different times. So what you're doing actually in that instance, I mean, I'm not maybe there's a likelihood that this loophole is being exploited, in which case I would say they should look at it. But for the reality of the situation is that there's more than just trans health that exists for. So.
Oh, you're talking about like when women like naturally have double D's and stuff, and they're getting the like breast reduction. Are you talking about that?
Yeah, so I knew somebody in early high school who had a similar circumstance, right? And I know it's
Mhm.
not a full mastectomy, but again, it would be under a similar classification. And I remember this distinctly because, being at that age, being dumb and naive, like you always hear a lot of people saying, well, why would you want to like reduce that area of your body? Like, is there not some perceived social benefit? And just seeing like all, not so much like the disdain, but actually seeing like the physical
Mhm.
impact on her body, and like she was constantly in pain. She moved around like an 80-year-old woman, and she
Yeah.
wasn't even, what I'm saying, like she wasn't even an adult yet. So
Right.
like there are specific situations. Also, when you get into puberty blockers, they're already introduced to treat precocious puberty, which is again leads to social stigmatization and sometimes can jeopardize the safety of minors as well, right? So there are more uses for these, what we would call transing the kids, if whatever you want to get at, that existed prior to that secondary usage, which is now associated with trans kids. So
Totally agree.
Spicoli, what say you? Spicoli.
I was Mike. Can you hear me?
Now we
you hear
can.
me? All right. This is my last thing, then I'm leaving. No, Nev and I are in agreement. I like Nev. Nev, you're looking good. We've always
We all
been in
love
agreement, Nev and I. But I think Nev, I'm not sure. I thought you lived in South America or Central America versus the States. Out here,
no,
where I live in California, are you live in America? But out here in
Canada.
California, you live in Canada. Let me put a point. Dude, I'll just close out by this the next minute. Okay, Chloe Clow. She's from the Central Valley in Sacramento, this what we call the San Joaquin Valley, Bakersfield, Fresno area. She was 15 when she started wearing a binder at age 12. She was 15 when she got top surgery, which is really a double mastectomy. And then at like 18, she like took some kind of class and realized she started regretting the top surgery because she was starting to want to.
Uh-oh. Spicoli, are you still with us? Spicoli. Oh, darn. Did we lose him?
Oh man, I will address the point that he was meandering around. I would agree in doing something that would improve. So a lot of trans people are really against the idea of gatekeeping, and what I mean by gatekeeping is I mean that sometimes having arbitrary standards and distinctions in a medical context that prevent people from getting what we would call gender affirming care, right? But I'm not necessarily opposed to the elements of the gatekeeping, and I actually think that there are additional steps and precaution things that can be taken and implemented, like screening more for comorbidities. For example, having like borderline personality disorder or having autism spectrum disorder, like those are both characterized by a shifting sense of self and self-identity. So like if you look at autism spectrum disorder, for example, somebody on the spectrum could conflate the idea of being like non-binary and trans with an internal feeling of like, I cannot actually attribute what it means to be a man or be a woman, but that they're not being able to say that I know what it likes to feel a man, like feel like a man or whatever. In their head, they can be conflating that with gender identity, which to each their own. But I think that increasing screening for comorbidities like ASD and other things, I think is actually not a bad idea. And I think I know a lot of trans people would support that as well.
That actually makes a lot of sense that, kind of like isolate, like kind of in almost like in testing, you want to isolate down and process of elimination for, could it be other things? That would actually make a lot of sense to do that first, Yeah,
you want to make sure that the people who are getting the care are the people who need it the most and who are least likely to desist later, right? Like that's, I guess like one of the problems that we run into now is the movement kind of like steamroll against these things makes all of that data so much harder to collect, so much harder to understand, because we're removing a lot of the terms that we use to understand this data. So this is why we go back to that executive order that making just male and female, there's nothing else, just like this is, we're making a 2D version of 4D data, and we're removing like variables that we need to look at to understand these things, to be able to approach them rationally. So yeah.
They're also nebulous, and I think very much dictated by detransitioners that are, first of all, worthy of sympathy, love, and care and attention by everyone. They fall into this weird limbo where, by nature of having been trans, they're kind of ostracized, by the right, even if they're not they're being weaponized against the left. But they're also, I think, standing in opposition to like a lot of left-leaning ideologies, and I think that's something they could improve on. So they're worthy of sympathy, but I would also add that using the a small example of what detransition actually even means, like it's actually quite more nebulous than a lot of people think. So there are some characterizations and tracking that would actually classify somebody as detransitioning if they stop picking up their transgender like medication. And so there being restrictions on healthcare in, say, like the state of Texas, where these medications cannot even be given to trans adults. Overnight, you would have like thousands and thousands of people, quote unquote, detransitioning on paper because they can't actually access that care. So just being, like we can look at like medical malpractice. That's why I think I'm so open to looking at gatekeeping, but I absolutely wouldn't be against, I absolutely would be against like full blown restrictions, because I think that you're obviously restricting the rights and freedoms of, you would hope to like consenting adults.
Action's not a right. Just a quick test. Is my audio a hell of a lot better?
It seems better,
bit. Yeah.
It's a little loud, but it's fine.
I can adjust that.
It's a little bit better now.
Yeah, you're good.
Okay. Yeah, I can talk a different way. So I had to tweak with the settings. And I put on a headphone. So yeah, what you were saying just there happens to be a simple place of you're saying that it's controllable, right? But like so we should control ours. Yeah, but like an abnormal thing shouldn't be treated as normal, right? Like if somebody survives if somebody survives an accident, that can be classified as technically a miracle, or
before you continue, can I ask you what would you regard as normal?
Normal would be the general consensus of exact biological things. So everybody grows eyelashes.
Yep.
Now, if there's somebody who doesn't grow eyelashes, that's abnormal, right? There is people that don't have eyelashes naturally.
Well, I guess what I would ask is, what if it's normal for like 1% of the population to be trans? What if that's normal? What if it's normal for about 1% of the population to be
well,
transgender?
it's not at that. It's not even close to that tipping point. It's less than 1% of 1%. So it's not a normal. It's not a normal thing right now. Gayness isn't a normal thing. Otherwise, humans wouldn't exist.
So the reason I ask you why it's like what you would regard as normal is because that's a very subjective measure. Right now, you're giving us your subjective example of what you would regard as
my personal subjective is, So that's why I brought up the eyelashes, right? How many people have unibrows naturally?
As long as we're operating under your arbitrary.
They are the abnormal people with unibrows.
So to follow up again, like I think that it is
not
normal.
Trying to overtalk it.
In fact, Tom Foolery, who I know has talked about this very extensively, he mentioned it's over 2%. I think that's true, and I think it's around 10% of the American population identifies as LGBT.
So 2% of 8 billion, right?
Well, we're talking 2% of. We're saying 2% of
8 billion in total of all humans, LGBTQ. Right? We're not counting dolphins that are hairless.
It would be normal for about that percent of the humans to be trans, is what we're saying, right?
What's the suicide rate of?
You can't. Okay, now you're talking about segregation. You're talking about
think
segregation
normal-
now.
You're
No.
So
Normal is
are you saying
getting a lot of really weird ideas?
Absolutely
right
not.
now.
it's
Hang on,
normal to
hang on.
expect?
Okay.
Sorry. Ryan doesn't understand the suicide rate of conversion.
Yeah, but that's too in depth. That's too many steps beyond the basic of normal, right? So the majority of humans on this earth smoke some form of tobacco leaves.
Oil.
One way or
Oil is-
another, whether you
hang on.
Well, okay,
Oil-
smoking's a bad word. Ingesting nicotine and caffeine is a normal thing for all humans.
Tars
Because
can be
the majority of humans,
This is all
caffeine's
subjective.
in your pop, caffeine's in your coffee.
Does it?
No, these are actually.
Does it occur?
This is to create a
Here,
majority.
stop. I pulled up just the dictionary of normal.
Tars
Hold
can
on.
be diluted.
Hold on, please.
Oils.
I want to
can't.
hear tomato.
Hold on, please.
Sorry.
Okay, the definition of normal, it says conforming to a standard, usual, typical, or expected. Right beneath that is normal of a person, physically and mentally healthy. So
If I may.
if we go with normal, and let me just throw it out there, if we're going with normal, but you're telling me that these like transgenders have a mental, you said dysphoria, right?
Dysphoria, right.
And you, I believe you said that was
And
like
that's
kind of
normal.
a mental illness. That is not normal. That is abnormal to be mentally unhealthy.
Exactly.
Right?
And it's
Well,
already
Sarah,
confirmed that dysphoria is mental illness.
Hold on just a second. Let me finish.
Sorry.
If I had bipolar, then I would not be of normal standing, right? If I had
You get a
ADHD
disability check for it.
God damn it.
Sorry,
Shut the
tomato.
fuck
I'm
up.
sorry.
Is nobody hearing
Flash
when
me.
I say let me finish? So like to be based on like the normal, right? And that's just utilizing the definition based on what you're telling me, okay, and piecing the two together. Even if I was a schizophrenic, I would not be normal, right? So if I was missing an eyeball, I would not be normal. All right, Ryan, to you.
Okay. So I want to point to one of the words that you mentioned in the definition, the word expected, right? So the word expected is part of this normal definition. So if we're looking at a population, then we would expect a certain population or a certain percentage of that population to have BPD, to be trans, to be gay, to have
majority.
whatever, to be schizophrenic. Not a majority, but some percentage. And it would be normal for that percentage to exist in a general in a random population.
So now you
right?
support
So-
segregation.
God damn it!
Okay.
Shut the
That
fuck
has nothing to do with
up.
segregation.
Shut up.
Really not.
But
It's
shut
really stupid
up.
to call that segregation. I'm sorry.
Let him land his
But
plane.
Jesus Christ, everybody shut up, or else I'm just going to drop everyone and call it a day and go home. I hear what you're saying on that, but what I said was right below that. It said in parentheses of a person. So normal of a person, physically and mentally healthy. Right. So that's the piece that I was caveating off of was the definition of a normal of a person.
Homeostasis.
I also want to clear up the mental illness distinction. So mental illness, like addictions, is actually characterized by your inability to function and do the day-to-day things necessary that are required of the person. So are you interacting with your friends? Are you participating in life with your family? Are you creating family? Are you seeking opportunities for family? Are you working? Are you meeting all your ends? Generally productive, sure. So this characterization that it's a mental illness, I think, like if you see trans people existing in society, like if they're whatever gender is affirmed, if they get the gender affirming care that they need, what you'll find is that their actual ability to function in society improves dramatically, and to where you start to see those negative feelings, emotions, and behaviors is when that is like reversed, like kind of like right now where their rights and their liberties are being stripped away arbitrarily for, I would say, mostly non-factual information and misnomers.
I personally don't have anything against alternative lifestyles. It's just when they push it on others.
Okay, well, I would say
it's just not normal.
Okay, so there is a faction
It's not natural.
in the political. Okay, again, another subjective measure. So there is a portion of the political sphere in the United States that has this overwhelming obsession with gender identity and the expression of like a really small minority of the people. And maybe you think I'm about to say liberals, but I'm not. Unfortunately, it is the Republican Party. It is Republicans who are working and have
I agree with you. I do have an overwhelming obsession.
Oh my God. God, guns, and glory. You have a very big problem with interrupting everybody. Please wait until people finish their statement, because your mic is just coming in weird. And so every time you do that, we cannot hear what the other person is saying. I'm assuming you're on your phone.
Yeah, you're redlining, sir.
Okay, so political capital, as it relates to getting things done and like the will of the people to support support any particular government. Every single government and administration has political capital. They're little coins that they spend to get shit done during a very predetermined amount of time, because there are a lot of different factors that make your ability to pass legislation, midterms, 4-year terms, 8-year terms, all of these different things. You have to come to the realization that the Republican Party is spending a wide majority of their political capital on a small percentage of the population, while simultaneously stripping things like Medicare, trying to close the Department of Education, while people cannot put food on the table, and while inflation is unfortunately going up. So they're also alienating themselves in the eyes of the world.
Inflation.
Oh my God! Oh my God!
No. I have the topic of inflation, and it will hit.
They're alienating themselves in terms of the international community. I understand we're headed for protectionism and isolationism. I'm just saying all of these things are objective measures that you can look at. And instead of addressing those things, we're talking about the like 15 NCAA athletes that just so happen to play that are biological men that are playing with biological females, right? That's what your party says is worth spending time and money on.
All right. Okay. Go ahead.
All right. So inflation has to do with in income of the paper value. So we don't have a massive flux of paper value. We have a devaluation of our dollar to other countries. So we have to use resources that cost more.
All right. You're going to have to. Like, I understand inflation to be like a lot of different things, right?
But no. Inflation has to do with the paper value influx. Like they put more paper into the pool, so inflation happened.
More money. Yeah.
That's not what happened. We have a devaluation because they don't use our dollar anymore. We have to use our resources.
So inflation was a global phenomenon. It was happening all across the world, and under Joe Biden's administration, the inflation rate in America slowed faster.
Inflation is
a better rate than any other comparable country in the world.
Inflation is a toy aspect right now. They just play with it. It actually is. Our dollar is devaluized.
No, every single currency and government is banking on the US dollar. The US dollar is the financial foundation. It's the currency that it literally is. I don't like I think it goes into
there are countries that don't use our dollar anymore. They refuse to use our dollar, so we have to use resources to be able to trade with them.
It would be worse
more now because it's so volatile because of Trump.
They would be worse.
No, it's not volatile because of Trump. Trump gives us tax cuts on overtime and a bunch of other shit.
Hasn't happened. Hasn't done any of those things
yet. You can't say that it's happening until it happens. Like, I mean, we all know. I will say we all know promises.
You don't have 42 fingers. I'm sorry.
I will say promises are always made at the beginning of a presidency. Like they are always there. And it's just a matter of watching the actions happen and seeing what actually happens. Like I will agree with that factor.
Oh, and if you want to predict whether or not from what I've seen, you should look at Project 2025, which they've done 41% of it already so far. So you can track that and see if that's part of Project 2025. I'm pretty sure that the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, I don't think that's in Project 2025.
All right. So from what I've seen on political value anyway, is Trump is trying to end wars that we aren't supposed to be a part of.
He's starting more.
No, he's not starting more.
Absolutely, it's starting more. He's working economic warfare with Canada right now. He's talking about invading.
No, hang on.
Sovereign nations like Greenland and Panama, right? On some sort of they used to be.
Okay, so he put a 25. He put a 25% tariff on the borders that let people into our nation. And they said, 200% tariff, and he matched them.
Greenland.
Okay, so that's again another like more misinformation. I think if you look at
it's not misinformation, ma'am.
It absolutely is misinformation. I think when you look at so first of all, as being a Canadian, I actually have no issue with my Canadian.
Why are you part of the United States fucking debate right now then?
Because I think that you guys need to be able to like see outside of your own little like spherical knowledge.
No, I was global at one point.
To be fairly, shut up for a second. To be fairly, Neve has always participated in conversations, especially ones that regard the United States. Nobody has really had an issue with that. She knows when to back away, and she also knows when to engage. She's very wise about where she stands on that, but also recognizes that there are global impacts coming from the U.S., and she can speak on it. I have no issue with that.
I apologize. It's just a woke nation.
So,
okay, you're just so I just wanted to make
add that I'm a Canadian that stands with America. Can I just add that?
You're a traitor. You're a traitor. Okay.
I'm a traitor. Big Brother America has been keeping
overseas, man. I'm not a fucking traitor.
All right.
You're a treasonous traitor. You're a treasonous traitor. To be nationalistic in the United States is to be America first. To be nationalistic in Canada is to say fuck Trump. And if you don't see that, then you're a traitor. I'm sorry. But I'm just saying, like, I actually have no issue with Canadian policy.
As a Canadian, I love Trump. Fucking God bless Trump.
Trump till I die.
Three-time assassination attempt survivor.
Can we go one at a time? You know what? Actually, can I hear from Wildheart? Do you have some thoughts to add?
Unfortunately not. Being from the UK and just joining the conversation, I'll let you continue for now. And yeah, I'll chime in when
welcome in.
Fair enough. Bane Bear, you've been quiet.
Cheers.
Thank you. Well, first off, U.S. oil is traded on the stock market, bought, purchased, and sold with the U.S. dollar. So the world does base things on the U.S. dollar.
Yeah, no one is contesting that. Just that one dude randomly.
No, actually, there's multiple nations that don't use our U.S. dollar anymore. They'll trade through the stock market.
Which means you have to buy oil through the stock market with the USD.
Nope.
Even if you're trading in yen and euros and stuff like that.
Like, I'm gonna butcher this, but essentially the risk for a smaller nation to take a loan from like a third party, let's say like China, versus taking like loan treasury bonds from the United States on like massive infrastructure projects in their own countries. The United States, like the $1 trillion debt and their ability to pay that off is actually what provides stability to the rest of the world. So their ability to buy those bonds and to have a consistent like interest rate is what actually makes the US dollar so strong. It's like this actual worldwide dependence. And it's like on paper, if we were to look at like what the world like language would be, if there was a world currency, it would be the US dollar.
Faith-based.
For that reason.
That's fair. And let me
I could be wrong on little details there, but that's generally it.
I think that's fair. Firm coming in with a big 5 saying, LOL for Trump, 100%, and the goal for sure. Ha 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 ha. And I did start another goal for you folks. You know you're enjoying this, so do what you're supposed to do. All right, back to you. So
do you guys control the rain at all? Like, do you guys ever like decide if it's going to rain or not?
Back to the Philadelphia.
You seem to be worried about tons of stuff that you can't control.
Yeah, so it's actually ironic that you say that. We actually have the technology now.
I'm talking about you personally. When you're not taking antidepressants, can you control the rain?
Okay, we're talking. Well, actually, if I was what is that job called? I can't remember. Like a meteorologist, whatever. And I had the chemicals and the planes to do it. We're not talking about chemtrails. In areas with high humidity, you
Geologist?
can actually. You're a retard.
Geologist?
We're talking about in the air, not on the ground. Okay, so you can actually improve the conditions for rain and actually improve the amount of rain that is actually felt in certain situations. But you
I think you
cannot.
missed the
Rid of
point.
this once, yeah.
You missed the point completely.
Okay, well, you're making some sort of like stupid, metaphor or something that is just like factually
Neat.
not.
How's your
You're
relationship
giving
with your
Canadians
dad?
a bad name, buddy.
My dad
Just
is a
stop.
wonderful person. He's involved in my life, and I look forward to hanging out with him this weekend.
Nice
Love
try
my dad,
though.
too.
Do you take antidepressants? I'm just curious.
No,
No,
actually,
no, let's not go
no,
there.
I'm
That's
Alright.
happy.
no. We're not going to tap into
Okay.
people's mental health, especially
Well,
if they're
I'm
not.
saying the whole trans
Well,
thing,
anything
like
to
a lot
avoid
of-
talking about
anyways.
Trump, right?
I'm happy to be. I'm happy
care
to
about
be a well-adjusted, family-oriented person with liberal values, and I'm happy to discuss those values like openly. But it seems to me that you'd rather talk
I wish
about
much
me
love
instead of
and
like
luck
your
on
country,
you.
which
I
seems
don't hate
good.
you, buddy. Even though you're Canadian and you need to be taught, but like, buddy, I don't wish harm.
Like taught what? Like that I love my like you love America. I love Canada. And I imagine I was born in Canada, right?
I love
it there.
North America. I love
Okay.
North America, which is known as
Okay.
Canada.
You,
And I
you
love all the
Trump's
natives
big
that are
orange cock.
indigenous to
You love
this
Trump's big
land.
orange cock.
And
Great.
that can,
I love the Constitution.
Listen,
am I getting
as
orange
a
now?
Canadian,
I love
as
this.
a Canadian, I speak. Listen, I was born in Canada. I was born in Alberta. I speak one language. That's English. I love Canada. I love the development of Canada, and I love Canadian nationalism and protectionism. And that is unfortunately for your dumb ass. Figure it out. Not
I'm a
mega Republican Trump.
I'm a
sorry.
fourth generation soil-born German.
Isn't Canada
After
for
World War
open
I.
borders?
We built Kitchener.
What's
built
that, John?
like half the town, buddy.
Isn't Canada for open borders?
Not anymore. I think we want to try and keep as many Americans out as possible.
Not anymore. Okay, so you're just saying words now.
Conservative Canadian.
Very funny joke. Not in reality.
Our gun-toting Canadians.
Oh my God!
No,
Hold on.
we are not for
Stop,
open borders.
stop,
We want
stop,
everybody
stop.
to go home.
Good night, y'all.
Good night, Bane
Yeah.
Bear. Have a good
It's on the
one.
road.
Yeah, Canada
Um,
right open borders.
John, what were you saying, John? You were trying to go somewhere.
Yeah, John. Yeah.
Can I finally talk about anything?
You know what?
It's
Go
a
ahead.
tomato-
Shotguns.
You
I
are
think
king.
you have a delay in your ear or something, because when somebody starts talking, then you like randomly start over their sentence.
Well,
I
nobody
don't know
stops
why.
talking.
Yeah, I think when he
No
talks,
offense.
like
I
his
didn't mean to
mouth
cut
is.
you off there.
Do you see like his mouth is moving after his voice? I think is anybody else in agreement? I think he has a delay.
I think he's just retarded.
No, but
I'm trying to give him some space.
That could be it as
oh,
well.
I guess that's the normal.
Doesn't
Is
even
that
know
not
where
the
he
normal? Shouldn't I be?
What?
Shouldn't I
Listen,
have
look down
special
at the map.
privileges?
Look
Shouldn't
at
I
the
be
map.
able to live my
What
life?
Normal
country
that some
do you live
people are, yeah.
in? Look at the map. What country do you live in?
Canada, soil born
Okay,
and
good,
raised.
'cause I wouldn't be able to
Fourth
tell based on your
generation.
rhetoric. I wouldn't be able to tell
German.
based on your rhetoric. If you didn't get up here with the oh hey yeah bud,
And my
then I wouldn't have
accent?
been able to tell.
Do I need the full sender, bud? Do I need to go oot and a boot and a boot?
No, it's cringe. It's cringe. It's cringe. It's
or
cringe.
do I
Stop.
need to learn how kayaks are
You're
run?
embarrassing Canadians as
I
much
don't
as
even
enough
think you're
as it
from
is.
Canada.
Embarrassing Canadian as much as it is. That's
I
fair.
think
Are you native
You're
or
welcome.
Hindi?
I'm Salvadorian, Latino.
Oh, okay. So yeah. So you're not native to this land. Six
Salvadorian
Nations.
Latino. I was born in Canada. Yeah. I only
Yeah,
speak
so
English.
was I. I'm fourth generation
Okay,
immigrant.
so we're
We were here
literally-
before
so we're
World War
literally-
II.
So we're literally on the same plane in terms of our entitlement to this country. The only
Yeah,
difference.
how many
the only difference
generations
between me and
have
you,
your
the
family
only
been
difference between
soil
me
born?
and you is you being a Canadian,
How many-
talking about your immigration, claim to being in this country. You're cheering on Trump, and I'm cheering on Canada. That's the difference between me and you.
Yeah.
Get fucked, loser.
So what's your version of Canada sending in cannon fodder like me, the conservative Canadian, to go
No,
and fight your bullshit.
I'm actually intelligent
You know
enough
what?
to
You go up, you go across
populist
and go across
retards
that border
and conservatives.
selfishly.
There are in
Go
Canada,
across
we have
that border
populist
selfishly
retards.
and go
In
and
Canada,
try
we
and
have
attack
populist
America,
retards
our big
and
brother
conservatives.
that has been
We have
keeping us
populist
safe.
retards and conservatives. We have well-measured people who focus on economic fiscal
No.
policy and
How
not
long
as
have you been
concerned
here?
about social
How many
issues.
generations? How many
Me as a
generations?
human
How many
being, I've
times
been
has
here
your
for
land
30
been
years.
stolen out from underneath it? Because I can tell you as a German, it's been stolen
Dude,
out
you're
from
from
underneath us
Germany.
a couple different times.
Your argument
Out
is
of
your
my own
argument
family
literally based
history.
on your lineage in Germany? Like, you're gonna argue
No,
from
it's
that
actually
position?
my lineage of being German here in Canada since just after World War One. Never had nothing to do with World War II,
Okay,
and
but you're
we're
lucky
still
to be here.
discriminated against
Lucky to be
worse
here.
worldwide.
We both are, as
The,
far as I'm
the
concerned.
worst. Everyone's allowed to hate us, right? I'm a Nazi, ain't I? Even though
No,
we
I would
came
never.
here
No.
after World War One.
I have people in my family that are German. We're
Do you
biracial.
use the word Nazi? Because the word
No,
Nazi
I
applies
think
to me and my
only when we're
blood, and my
talking about
lineage,
only when
and
we're
my
talking about
ancestry.
yeah, only when we're talking. Oh, sorry. So you do you condone the behavior of your ancestors? Do you think they were righteous?
Which ones? Because my
Well,
ancestors left
you're seemingly
after World War
defending
One.
you're seemingly defending the Hitler variety. You're
No,
kind of pro-clicking
did
about
I
that
say
right now.
that?
Yes,
So
kind
you're
of
calling me a
alluding to that.
Nazi?
That's
That
kind of
is
what you're getting at.
extremely. No, that's
Are
extremely
you
fucked
drunk?
up. That you think just because
Are you
I'm German.
intoxicated? Okay, my family is
Are you even
biracial. The
sane-minded?
biracial component is German. So you're talking to the wrong person,
So-
retard.
So would you be saying that to an African American in America? Would you be saying that to
We're
the
talking
British
about
folks,
Canadian nationalism
the
and
colonizers
immigration
of
and
Canada?
the right to our land.
Would you
Sarah,
be saying that to the slave masters, which I
this
have
dude is
nothing to do
intoxicated.
with, and I have nothing to do with the Nazis?
You're
Neither
actually
does any of my
retarded.
blood. We've been here since WW1.
60 IQ. I feel bad. That's where this
I'm
conversation
60
is right
IQ?
now. You're literally 60
That's cute.
IQ. Okay.
That's cute.
So
How,
so is your
how
Call
much
of
of your
Duty fucking
genitals have you
headphones.
committed to chopping off?
At this moment in
Can
time,
I
only yours.
ask? Hold on, Neve. Can I ask? Is this like your first time on YouTube?
Who, me? No,
Yeah, you.
not
Is
at
this
all.
your first time coming on YouTube and on a panel?
No,
Like I went upstairs to make
panel-ish.
I went upstairs to make a sandwich and I'm listening to the stream and I'm sitting there cringing the whole fucking time because you're saying every fucking word you're not supposed to say on YouTube.
Oh,
So, first time?
it-
Yes or no?
no, absolutely not. I've been on
Okay.
Jim Bob's
Well, I
and
want
like,
you
all the
to
greats.
I want you to learn about using words that we shouldn't be using on YouTube. It has to do with a dude that
Yeah,
has a funny
toss.
mustache back in the 1940s that did really bad things. We don't use those words. It's dumb.
Yeah, he did do bad things.
And
That
we
guy
don't
did
use
do
those
horrible
words. They're buzzwords on YouTube. It's stupid. This is how people get canceled. All right. That's your lesson. Go
Okay,
learn
I'm-
it and know that you shouldn't be using shit. I couldn't even fucking make a sandwich. I thought I'd leave the two of you alone, give you a moment to let it all air out. And instead, you're over here saying stupid shit that shouldn't be said. God damn it.
To be fair,
Go ahead.
I said the H word. He said the one that rhymes with Yahtzee. Okay, that game where you roll the dice. He's the one that said that word.
That's
okay?
on
Let's be
me.
clear.
I said it a lot. I didn't know
Mhm.
that was new TOS.
That's
I have my
been
own
there.
channel
It's-
myself.
it's-
Sorry, can I
Yeah,
just
I'm
say it's a sad day when a woman can't make a sandwich.
I know. I couldn't even fucking make
I
a
see it all
sandwich in
over.
peace.
It's even sadder when a
I'm
man.
very sorry, Tomato.
My goodness. You,
I'm,
this is, you
my face
definitely
is
need
turning
to,
tomato. I'm so embarrassed.
You know what? Flow State has a really great stream about like the 8 things you shouldn't do as a panelist. You should probably go watch that.
Well,
It's very
I'm,
good shit.
I'm German by blood and heritage. I was never there for the stuff. I'll just say German, okay? I won't say the other word. And like, I understand there's the other stuff, and you know, we got all the cheat words that we use, but like, as far as I knew, everyone was still allowed to use those words against my kind.
They're buzzwords. We just don't say them.
Okay.
Yeah, it's caught by AI.
This weird victim complex this man has. It's hilarious.
No. Everybody's
Well,
fucking
you
German.
gotta try
I'm
being
German.
us.
Nobody's crying.
I'm mostly all warrior
Most
races
people German
put
claim
together.
to be Dutch because they're afraid to claim to be German, right? But we
I
sprechen the
think that's
Deutsch.
absolutely
Und
not
Schatz
true.
mich
Yeah, I think that's absolutely not true. I think most people can see, German lineage and see the person standing before them, and not that bad person that existed 100 years ago.
And I'm in Canada.
My last name is three
So,
different
like, I'm
languages
sorry.
put together.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
unfortunately.
Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry,
Wildheart.
Neve,
Did someone just claim that most Germans claim to be Dutch?
Neve, I am sorry. I
That's
didn't
bullshit.
mean to drown you out
He
in
still
that.
doesn't get
I
it.
would like to just
He still, I swear he has a
No,
delay
yes,
where he's not
100%.
hearing anybody. Wildheart, go
What is the
ahead.
German language? It's
God,
Dutch,
gods,
right?
and glory,
It's
shut
sprechen
up.
the Deutsch.
Wildheart, go.
God.
You know, I'm just gonna do this. Just quiet yourself.
I
Go
was
ahead,
just going to
Wildheart.
ask.
Honestly,
Yes,
Oh
I do.
my
Sorry.
God! Shut up!
Did
honestly,
someone?
most languages derive off of Latin.
Hold
Sorry
on,
for
Lee.
swearing.
Wildheart. Look, I'm gonna do this so that they can see that you are the one who is speaking.
Thank
Please
you.
speak.
I was just going to ask. Did someone just claim that most German people claim to be Dutch? That's
You
ridiculous.
said there's something about their language and being Dutch. Yeah, he did say something like that.
Yeah. I was just checking.
Yeah, we all agree that's dumb.
Hey,
I just agree.
Ryan, are you wearing a schmedium?
A what?
A what? now?
Schmedium.
A medium? No, it's just a small.
What's a medium?
It's 2 sizes too small.
I guess like it's. I mean, it's a little small. It's the material's supposed to be. It's like an exercise shirt, I guess. I don't know. Feels nice.
Mhm.
Looks good.
Mm.
How does
All right.
that-
I wanted to
Anything,
tap.
anything to talk about except Trump, right? You know.
Right.
I was
I wanted to-
breaking up the monotony. I
wanted to tap in back into the Department of Education at Nudge. In terms of if he shuts that down, we would presume it would go to the states to make their own. I know you mentioned the college education being a problem with FAFSA, financial aid, all of those things. You mentioned Title IX as well, but doesn't Title IX sit separately?
I don't know the exact. Or I know it's Title IX. I think it's enforced by the Department of Education. It's my understanding. Something like that.
I don't know this either.
personally, I think sex ed should be an adult.
Yeah, I
Course.
think that's stupid.
Yeah, it's stupid. You think that
Sorry,
you
that is
know
ridiculous.
about sex and intercourse and all that.
When was the first time?
Yeah,
Okay,
probably,
so
yeah.
when was the first time? Like, how old do you think you were when you first had the urge to like have sex with someone? How
Probably
old do
under
you think
18. I would
but
guess.
what is the consensual age?
Okay, so
Yeah, but we're not
you-
talking about the age where you're allowed to give consent. We're talking about the age where you learn about what sex is so that you can even identify it or tell someone if someone violates your consent, right? You need to understand what's going on. when
So
someone's violating your
it's
consent.
okay if you're both under the age, right?
Lee, can you
That's not what
answer
we're
the
talking
question?
about. I don't.
And also not necessarily.
We're talking
also
about
not
sex ed.
necessarily.
That's like saying that
You
maths
just burned your own
is
conversation, man.
stupid.
Okay,
What?
I mean, Lee, we'll make it very simple. Okay, you as an adult male, I'm assuming, at what point in your life do you first remember wanting to have
Before
sex?
3.
Someone else your age. Before 3. Okay.
And you know what? I'm irregular. I'm not like most people. I
Okay,
apologize.
you know what?
bring it back to the
That is
DOE.
Listen, that's not for me to fucking say, but the understanding here is that like that act, right? There are a lot of different elements that come into doing that. Obviously, things like pregnancy, STIs. What Coder said, which I think is a really big point, is being understanding what it means to have bodily integrity, what is okay, what is not okay. All of those things come through sex ed. Also, and this is just in my school, but the females were separated from the males to have, things taught to them about menstruation and those sorts of things.
Yeah, hygiene and sex ed could be completely different in my opinion.
Because some single parents are fathers, right? And so, unfortunately, men will do what they need to do. But I think sometimes it's nice to have like a registered nurse who is more than likely a woman in that position as like some medical authority explaining that to females along the way, especially if they come from male-dominated spaces. So
I have no objection against people that have been exposed before their age. I'm saying there is a threshold that people should not go beyond.
Okay, what is that threshold?
Let's see. Are you underage? Do you have the urge? Okay, so we accommodate for those. Not everybody should know.
I think everyone should know what sex
How do you separate? How do you
before-
separate who you teach sex ed to then?
Republicans not setting their best.
Right. So Wildheart made a good point here where what is consensual age?
But it doesn't matter because children like 12-year-olds have sex. It doesn't matter. It might be illegal, but they still do it.
The fuck did I just walk into?
So they need to be educated about it.
Just walk into.
Anyways,
I agree with that.
Understanding the development of your own body as you are growing through school is not a bad thing. It's actually so it's actually a necessary thing to prevent risk to yourself as an adult later on. Okay.
A lot of the people that have gone through what they've had shouldn't have had gone through that.
Okay,
I'm not saying it should do. I'm saying it's going to happen anyway. So you might as well educate them because it's going to happen anyway. I'm not saying it's more.
That's hygiene. That's hygiene. I'm saying
we're not just talking about hygiene.
sex ed should be of consensual age.
John, for the love of fucking God, please tap in.
Hold on for just a second. Let me do a voice confirm if everybody else could just shut the fuck up. Emmett, are you with us?
I am. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you tell me what 7 + 7 equals?
14.
All right. We're not going to show anything we shouldn't be showing on the screen, correct?
Not showing anything.
All right. We don't need sex education right now, right?
Nice.
I don't think so.
Are you of age? Dude,
I am
good
of age.
fucking avatar, in my opinion. Apologies for the vernacular.
Okay.
Try to make an
if we
explanation.
can, maybe pull it back a little bit. We were talking about the Department of Education. One of the things it does is sending billions of dollars to states for things like low-income schools, college access, and students with disabilities. We talked about that a bit earlier. Now,
And that
without
would-
this thing,
Quit
without
reading
question
AI,
about that,
sir.
states are going to have to fight
Please
over
let
limited
him
funds.
finish.
Without these things, those states are going to have to fight over limited funds, and wealthier states are going to be fine. They can maintain their services, while the poorer ones are going to have to cut things like special education programs and reduce aid to disadvantaged students. If you are an advocate of getting rid of the Department of Education, do you think this is an okay thing, or would you have a problem with that thing?
What would be the problem if it goes directly to the states and the states can manage the extra funds that are not going to the
problem
bureaucracy?
is, like I said, that
to
some
the
of those states
wait,
won't be able to
can I
afford it.
finish?
Sorry, yeah, my bad. Yeah, you're right.
What happens what will be the problem if it goes directly to the states and instead of being siphoned through the bureaucracy of the federal department, it just goes directly to the states and they can manage all the extra funds?
So, like I said, the problem would be then that wealthier states would be fine they'd be able to continue funding the things that they can, but the states that depend on that funding would no longer be able to use that funding to fund
We
the
know
programs
that
they use.
we know that around 70% goes directly to the bureaucracy, so that bureaucracy will be gone, and they would have a lot more funds on the states, on every state.
No, it's about cutting the funding. If it's an $800 billion bill,
Not
then
about
obviously cutting the Department of Education is also removing a lot of that burden. So the amount of money
it's
available
removing
to
the
states
burden.
is gonna
It's
be
removing the burden on the
significantly less
bureaucracy, and it's
money.
going to the states.
Yes, but
You
you're
might-
operating with a lot
Well,
less money.
let me ask.
Right.
Yeah, I was going to say, how would they have the budget to send if there is no agency to send the budget? So,
wouldn't.
like, where would the shift be in terms of budget? Or do the states have to apply for certain aid? Like, how would that operate, right? I don't know if it would just disappear. It would maybe just be operating slightly different.
It would go according to what they want to do is that they want to remove the federal bureaucracy, and then the funds will be divided according to the number of students to each and every single one of the states. So they would
Is that how
simply
Trump's
get rid of it.
Is that in Trump's executive order that those funds are going to be distributed evenly?
Yes,
across the
it's
states, or
right
is there no
there
replacement?
in exactly in the place that you didn't read.
I'm
We don't
dumb.
have to go directly to every single space and paragraph. We're talking about how it would work if it didn't exist.
Well, no, I'm asking
we're
how it
making,
works, 'cause
we're
Trump
making
just did an
implications
actual
about
executive order.
We are.
That's an important question.
In my opinion, we do not need to sterilize our youth that think they need to be a different race or
I think that's
whatever.
off topic. I think we're in the
Yeah, we're talking
Department
about
of Education now.
We're talking about removing the Department of Education and getting rid of it. We don't
Are
know
you guys sure you want
exactly.
to remove it? Are you
We
sure
don't
you want to
know-
remove it? There's people like Lee out there right now. Just
Yes,
keep that
we
in
want
mind.
to
Oh yeah, there's people like me out there that explain how gravity
There's
works.
people like
I
you out there.
apologize.
We want to remove it.
All
The
right,
content of the
children.
conversation
All right.
Could be a lot better if we, kept that funding in place, but it's gonna get a lot worse if.
Oh,
you
it's gonna
take it
get
away.
better when we have you in the panel, right?
The DOE also tracks literacy
Okay.
rates, right?
You're not an American.
literacy
You're
rates
not an
earlier,
American.
and if
Sorry.
we
I
remove
don't- I
My
don't know what you're
goodness,
talking
what is
about.
up with everybody today? It's like it's a full moon, or what the fuck is going on?
Can
Go ahead, Lee.
can the panel explain how air works? Do you know how our air works?
Oh my god.
Anything to
Please
talk
don't.
about, anything to avoid Trump, right? Anything to avoid the actual things that are happening
No,
right now. in the
Trump
country.
is on
That's
our
so fucking
side,
embarrassing.
and he's not on the annihilation of our country. I apologize.
Yeah.
Look at Biden's history, guy.
Oh my
You
god.
mean the most
Well-
progressive president in American history, arguably?
I would
did a pretty
ask-
good
He's
job.
he sniffed people. He has a bunch of
At least he didn't digitally rape them
All
in
right,
dressing
there,
rooms.
man.
all right. I would ask the question for federal funding. Ryan, you made a point to say that the schools that aren't getting good funding, they're obviously behind on any type of budget, so on and so forth. They already aren't. They already aren't getting funds. Like I could drive down to Baltimore City right now and point out at least 10 schools that are way behind on technology, books, even buildings. They don't have air conditioners, like so on and so forth. So the funding's not being delivered to begin with. So what
You're right. That funding's not. I'm sorry. Finish. Yeah.
would it I mean, the positive I could see is if we're not spending money on this entire Department of Education, like the admin it takes, the head people, directors, this, that, all of those salaries that we're paying and buildings that we have to supply for that, the supplies in the office, all the overhead, right? All of those things are no longer being needed, right? If we just get rid of it and minimize down to maybe a person that just sends out funding, then maybe I could see an actual positive in terms of funding being distributed. But I don't see it happening now.
But Sarah, how can the Democrats grift without having this huge bureaucracy where they can take a lot of money out of it? Okay, we have to
let's talk about
maintain the bureaucracy and not make any changes so that they can grift for
All right.
decades.
Bureaucracy is
more.
a buzzword to this person, so they don't actually want to.
May I make a comment?
But do you call people
If we want
working?
to talk about
do
the
you-
AC thing, for
Before
example,
we go
let's ask the
on,
question:
and we
why
both
are
find
these?
this
Why is
buzzword
that
called
funding not going to
bureaucracy,
ACs?
what would you
Let's
call a
talk
bunch
about
of
that.
people
Why is that
working
funding
on
not going to
offices?
ACs? Why is it not going to student lunches?
Why-
I
why
think-
is
I
it
because
think-
Republicans block those things.
People
The
calling on
GOP
the
blocks
federal
those
government
things.
on
I
not for those
think
programs.
I think that comes down to the state and how it chooses to distribute it. I don't believe that the
More so
federal. I mean, maybe there's some kind of extra grants you can apply for with the federal funding. I'm not versed in it at all. I'm assuming there's like some kind of additional grants you can apply for. But in terms of how it would trickle down, I believe they would give it to the state and the state determines. So
Well,
This
that would
is
be
where
nice, but what I'm saying is Republicans don't do that. I'm saying Republicans don't support the bills that would do those things already. The money that already could go to those things, they don't support those bills. So
all we
why would they
wanna
do it
do-
after they get rid of it? They're not going to. They just
all we
won't.
want to do is keep the same system that is not working, like any Democrat, so they can keep.
You're trying to make it worse. You're making it worse. You're making the system worse.
I think both sides are motivated towards change. The difference between change for Republicans and Democrats is Republicans are about abolishing and Democrats are about reform. They're about making
reforming
significant
what?
changes.
About making it bigger? Like every time they reform something, let's make the bureaucracy.
Would you let her? Would you let her finish?
One person talks and the other person listens, and then they switch spots. Okay, you ready for that? So in this circumstance, I think it is incredibly inefficient to have the amount of money that is distributed to public schools being based on property value when you have places like inner cities, like it's just compounded by the amount of people that are who necessitate that area to live, increasing whatever by nature of population growth and cost of living, and then having property value diminish over time, leading to shittier distribution of funds. So absolutely, I think keeping it in its current state is not necessarily defensible, but that's better than getting rid of it altogether. Like, because there's nothing else there. Like, I don't know how you. Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Respond.
Every single time they try to make these kind of super reforms, we're going to reform it. It's going to be great. We're going to reform it. They just expand it. That's all they do. They expand it. They make it bigger. They take more funds. They make the bureaucracy, even though you don't like it, they make the bureaucracy bigger. They spend more money on it, which means they just grift more and take more money out of it. And after
Some problems
at
are
the end of all of
Some
it,
problems require bureaucracy. I'm
nothing-
sorry. Like life's not a simple. It's not a fucking simple video game where you can just make everything hyper efficient.
Hang on,
Like,
hang
it's
on.
not how it works.
There are video
left
games.
millions of dollars of our military equipment behind in enemy lines.
What are we?
And he's the good guy in your opinion.
Where are you?
Wait,
Do you know
what?
where you are?
I was military. I apologize if I'm mad right now.
Okay, you're having
What?
non-flashbacks. We're on a debate panel though.
Seriously though, you're pulling.
I apologize.
Rocky Shepard was doing this the other night, just randomly throwing shit in there that had nothing to do with what we were talking about. Pay attention. School's in session. I mean, I think that sometimes expansion isn't always good, right? Sometimes keep it simple, stupid. I think the bigger things that's how we have things falling through the cracks even more so, because it's like, oh, well, Johnny over in this department was supposed to take care of it, and Susie over there was supposed to take care of it. Well, Johnny can't do this until Susie does that, and Susie can't do this till that does that, and like all of this crazy shit. And I think that, to me, that's been the biggest fucking problem with the government, is it's too big. I think we're like creating departments, creating things just because we think we need an additional layer onto something, when realities, I mean, just calling for veterans benefits, you want to know what that fucking looks like? I tried going through the veterans health insurance many, 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 many years ago, and I wanted to die. It was so uphill, like this turn, that turn, call this, do that. And nobody fucking knew what to do next. Every time I had to keep calling random people. I showed up at a base to get my ID and all of this shit. And that was like, well, you're at the wrong place. I'm like, but this is the place they told me to go. It's all over the fucking place. And that's just dealing as a veteran. I will avoid that shit as much as possible. So imagine on a bigger level, our Department of Education and managing all of these schools. Now you're going to have a bunch of little trickle down of where we're going with the education. Then you got FAFSA, college, like, what are we doing? What do we do? Then we added that Common Core shit. It's all over the fucking place. I understand Common Core, right? I get it in terms of it's the concept, not the equation, right? You're teaching the ability,
algorithm,
right? I get it, but it still gives me a fucking headache when my son brings his homework home, because I'm like, what the, like, why are we going all of
You
these
learned it way
different
differently,
ways?
right? Like, it's
Right, but it's still very, like, I get it, I understood it, but it's still like, I don't know. It teaches you to think like in a more abstract way instead of just memorizing shit and whatever. But anyways, back to the point. I just think we are already too big in federal government. I'm not a big fan of the federal government doing anything more than like protect us, have a budget, and make sure we don't kill ourselves. That's kind of where I stand. And all of this other shit is just hocus pocus. Bullshit.
Can you just say I've got to go, but thank you, sir, for letting me on, and it's great to see everyone inside the chat. But
you're very welcome. Wow, I appreciate having you on.
I guess I would challenge that, Sarah, because I think that a lot of the things that the government does, we kind of don't think about on a daily basis, and we want the government doing things that benefit, upholding a stable society that we can all live in, right? And so the best when we don't think about, or when we're like, we go through our day-to-day processes and we don't have to think about these things, it's because they are being taken care of by these bureaucrats who are doing all, like, these things are being taken care of.
The Department of Education is working perfectly. That's why we want to reform it.
Never said that. Never said the Department of Education is perfect.
That is what he's,
never said
that's
there's no problems.
That's what you're implying.
I never said that. You'll never find a quote of that.
That's your
right now where I'm saying
implication.
what I didn't say.
Oh, we don't think about education because
let's take a potty break, Neve. Let's let these.
So what you're arguing for is completely removing the Department of Education instead of improving it, which is like, why? It's like Sarah was talking earlier about the inefficiencies of an office. You wouldn't get rid of the office. Like, you would try to improve the inefficiencies. Not
you do get rid of offices. Yes. If you have a company and the company has an office that doesn't work and it's costing you more than what you can sustain, what you do is close that office and you take the funds and you put them in the things that are giving you money.
Like what? What are they going to put what are the funds going to?
You have a warehouse and the office costs are way more than you are creating.
What are the funds from the Department of Education going to? What is Trump moving them to?
They're getting rid of the bureaucracy
they don't have a plan. They don't have a plan to move it. They don't have a plan to do anything.
They have a plan to move it to the states. So
cutting Medicaid also.
The states. Why? Well, yes, Medicaid. That's exactly what we're talking about.
I'm sorry.
The last time they tried to make any kind of reform, if I remember, it was Biden and it was infrastructure. Okay, how much of the Wi-Fi he's supposed to make for everybody was built?
Those things take time, right? They don't. It doesn't happen overnight.
Yes, Wi-Fi take a lot of time to build. You have to create this big thing called air, and you send waves through air. Wow, it's incredible.
Well, what specific infrastructure are you saying was not built, or is not being built? Right? The processes are now stopped. The processes are now canceled because Trump has canceled them all, right? But the processes were going through. And even if we talk about the delays, which there were delays in those things, but they were delays because they were actually being done. They were happening.
He had 4 years to build it. How much of it was built?
You tell me.
4 years. None.
Do you know?
Yes, none.
I don't think that's true.
I don't believe it. I don't believe anything you have to say anyway.
Wi-Fi infrastructure
for rural America.
Biden's infrastructure bill was built. Let's find out. Why not? Learning is radical. That's what I like to say.
I know. Except for the Department of Education, which takes like $1 million.
There was delayed deployment. Like I assume this is what you're referring to. Despite the substantial funding, progress has been slower than anticipated. So it's slower than anticipated. That doesn't mean it's not happening. Right? Just to be clear, if it's slow, that means it is happening.
We're looking at it. You say how much. I don't care about this.
Just before we go on, do you understand that the fact that it's slowed down means that it is still happening?
I don't care about the palliatives of liars called journalists.
Okay,
when they use
whatever.
Words like, it's been slower, and then they tell you.
Do you agree that if it's happening slower, okay.
Nothing has been built, but it's been slower. We were doing it, I assure you, but it was just slower, and we haven't done anything in reality. But it was slower than what we anticipated, which was nothing at the end of the day.
Well, the anticipation was not that nothing would happen, right? Because otherwise we couldn't even measure progress.
You can say I didn't do it, and I can come to you and tell you, it was slower than I anticipated, and I did nothing.
But if it's being delayed, that's because there were things in progress to be delayed.
Or you can tell me how much was billed.
It doesn't look like we've gotten to that point because of the delays, right?
So zero. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
That's amazing. You finally conceded the point.
Well, no, I don't think I did. I don't think I conceded anything.
Oh yeah, it was slower. How much of it was built? Well, nothing, but it was slower. Okay, thank you. You conceded. Thank you. Amazing.
Yeah, it would have been built.
It will be.
So the
Yes,
progress
it
would
will be
continue.
built.
We
In
would
4
be
years,
building it if
build
Trump
the
didn't stop
house,
it.
and instead of that, I'm gonna go ahead and say, "Oh, I was gonna go ahead and build the house, but it was just slower. I didn't build anything, but it was just slower than the house that I would have built."
You have to initiate processes to build houses. You have to go through
Oh,
a whole bunch
yeah.
of red tape to build houses. Yes,
Yeah,
building
yeah.
housing is complicated.
Yeah,
It's
in
not,
4
it's not like
years
I
you
can't
can't
just run
build a
outside
house.
and
You're
build a
right.
house.
You can't do it in 4 years. It's impossible.
I think it's both governments are obviously pretty infamous for providing solutions and then like delaying those solutions. I actually would agree that the rural broadband access has by and large been a failure from what I've read. However, I think that proposing it in the first place instead of actually addressing it as an issue, I think is better than nothing. I would say proposing an alternative to the gap leave that would be left were the Republicans to be able to like repeal like Obamacare. That's something that Americans have been waiting for like over 10 years. It's like what would the federal Republicans do with Obamacare were to go? Like where would that what would exist to provide coverage to Americans obviously that don't have that. And I think a lot of people have been exactly, that's what I'm saying. Like a lot of like people have been waiting for something coherent for like 1.5 administrations now. I'm rounding up for this one, but like I'm just saying like this is just a government thing. It's not partisan issue.
I think you're wrong. I think you're completely wrong. I think healthcare
Okay,
was better before Obamacare. It was better for all Americans. My mom, for example, had a better coverage without Obamacare.
It wasn't better for people
better
in conditions.
Yeah, it wasn't better for people
better for
who didn't
people
have
who
a
had
job, for example, but it was better for most Americans.
Should we get out the measuring tape for you boys?
If you talk to most people, they will tell you that they had better coverage before Obamacare than after it. Okay. Now, I don't think it's the same. Like you go ahead and say like, oh, well, two sides are the same. They're bad. But one side will tell you, oh, rural America have problems. They don't have broadband internet. We're going to go ahead and grift millions of dollars and not build anything. And the other one is like, well, you know what? Maybe someone with enough intellect and care will take care of it. That is so much.
But we're still waiting for that person though, right? We're still waiting for that person, right?
Yeah,
like you can propose that, but I mean, you're kind of conceding on your end, right? I think a lot of more than half the country is still waiting for that intelligent person.
Well, I don't know. I mean, Starlink is a thing. I don't. Do you know that thing called Starlink? Have you ever heard of it?
Yeah, I think like thousands of satellites all over the world. I think they have like, I don't know, like I think it's like, I don't want to say like 2,000 or 10,000 because that's a big disparity, but quite a few. I've seen the maps; they're kind of impressive.
Yeah, and that was done by the government. It was done by a person that was able to get.
It was done by Elon Musk taking government subsidies, I would imagine.
Okay, so it was done by.
I mean, am I lying? Am I lying? Like,
let's put it this way. Let's say that you have a government and it gives them money to some person and they deliver the thing. That's one government. And you have another government that creates these shadow agencies between the government and they deliver absolutely nothing. Which one of the governments is better?
I mean,
you're just not shadow agencies. No, they're just there.
Can you actually just like state something plainly without all these like loaded buzzwords? Like when you say like shadow industry,
government given money.
Can you lay out a premise without using the deep state? Is that possible?
Goods, or one that is creating.
What do you mean by grift? Sorry, that's a good question. I think a lot of your points here have been tied into democratic grift. What is a democratic grift?
Grift, or the idea of the grift, is they will go ahead and take the money and pocket it into their own. Well, they just pocket it into their own pockets.
Speaking of taking money and pocketing it into my own pocket, there is a goal sitting out there that has yet to be touched. You're all disappointing me. You have 53 minutes.
You should all agree.
Okay, so like corruption, like firing people that are investigating your shitty actions. Like things you should be
17 of them.
These you should be held accountable for.
Go ahead and get rid of the grifting agencies.
Would you say that? Would you say that? Would you concede that that's corruption though? If you're being If you're being
like the Department of Education, so I don't have
Maybe
to.
they need a speed date. Your mics are canceling each other out, just so you know.
Okay, sorry. Say hypothetically, Emmett, you live in a world where you could hypothetically commit a murder, but you also are like the king of that whole land, and you could fire the people who would investigate your murder, which would ultimately mean that you wouldn't get persecuted for that murder. You would be able to live your life free. If you fired the persecutors or the prosecutors, would that be corrupt?
I know you don't understand what a king is, but the king would
Okay,
not
so you're
be
can you
able
focus,
to
can you
kill
focus on the
anybody
essence?
and would not have
answer the
any kind of
Okay, so
moral
it's a
retribution because he would be
the
king.
hypothetical. Engage with the
Yeah.
hypothetical.
The
Engage with the
hypothetical is if I am king and I kill one of my serfs, I am entitled to it.
Okay, you are the president. Okay, you have executive authority. You could kill whoever you want. You're literally you're God for all I fucking care. I don't care. You are
If I have,
supreme
if I have
king.
authority to kill anybody, there's no one with higher authority than
Okay,
me. I would
engage.
have to give you reasons to kill anybody.
Engage with the hypothetical.
This is what the
Engage with the
conservatives want Trump to
hypothetical.
be.
Yes,
Regardless
yes.
of what-
If you want to do an
regardless of what power
hypothetical,
structure
is
you
if you have
represent,
some kind of limited
regardless of what
Hold up.
regardless of what power structure you represent, you're a fucking monarchy, you're God, you're an alien, you're Superman, you are still subject to an investigation for your murder, okay? If you fire the people, if you impede the people who are investigating your murder from coming to a conclusion about whether or not you committed that murder, is that corruption? Yes or no?
It depends on the kind of system that you have. If I am God,
Okay, yeah, all right, buddy.
You're not okay,
I think
Emmett.
it's corruption. I'll answer it. I think it's corruption. It sounds like corruption to me.
I'm sorry,
Emmett, I don't think you understand what the question is.
I understand the question. She just doesn't understand what the fuck she's asking.
Let me put it to you this way: if I just throw you off screen, am I corrupting your ability to have a speaking voice of your own? Am I corrupting the free speech, the opinion? Essentially, if the world relied on these four people on this panel to make decisions, and I continue to do this shit to you, am I corrupting that? What? I can't hear you.
You're not corrupt.
Say what?
Because you are the goddess of this channel, so you can't have the authority to kick me the fuck out, and you'll be completely fine. And I don't have the power to do an investigation.
He completely. Emmett, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast this morning?
I would feel hungry.
Okay, so he gets the hypothetical concept.
Hypothetical
he just is refusing to play in this one. End of story.
If I was some kind of limited authority and I had to actually go to different bodies and they will have oversight over my actions, then of course I would have to allow said bodies to investigate. That is completely different, and there would be corruption if I got rid of them. That is completely different to if you were God and you kill somebody, what would you do? It's like I don't have to do anything. I'm God. I don't have to do shit.
Thank you for the concession. Okay, and all to make the point that I don't think that any one party has a monopoly on corruption and inefficiency, right? It just so happens that the administration right now, again, is headed, a big component of it, by an unelected bureaucrat who is actively firing and defunding a variety of different organizational administrative positions. Okay, sorry, can I continue? That are investigating.
If you lie and I have to correct your lies.
Sorry, can I continue?
Well,
sorry, can I continue?
She's right.
At least let her finish before you come back.
Okay, so they're investigating the actions that he did as a private citizen, right? Like me or you, right? Okay, are we clear there?
Elon Musk doesn't have the power to fire anybody. He's just investigating where the funds are going.
Yeah, he
literally did. Trump fired them, which is completely
Trump fired them for Elon then. So some of the things they were investigating, because I've been very quiet for a minute.
Like, what was going on? If something to Trump and Trump has the authority decided to fire them. So think about
one of the people he fired was investigating SpaceX for failing
I would be
report.
perfectly fine with investigating SpaceX. I don't care.
Okay, well, you would be fine with it, but Elon and Trump fired the people who were investigating it. They were investigating Tesla and Neuralink and SpaceX, all for various violations, and the people who were investigating them were fired by Elon.
There are
and
other
Trump.
ways to investigate it. You know who can do
But they're
it.
not going to happen now because these guys don't want it to happen. How? Like, it's so obvious. It's so obvious they don't want to be investigated that they fired the specific people who were investigating them. And you're like, well, maybe they'll still get investigated. Like maybe
they will get
elephants will fall out of the
investigated.
sky.
There's a lot of things that can happen, and they can get investigated. Even if it's not right now, they can get investigated in the future. It depends on what you're saying.
Well, we'll all pray. Everyone pray that someone who investigates Elon. Everyone pray for it.
Do you know
Please investigate him?
Do you know what would be the best thing that could happen if
Elon gets investigated and locked up?
If you don't have to, if instead of giving them a lot of fucking money that you have to investigate, you don't give them money at all. That would be incredible. You don't have to investigate it and spend a ton of money on that. You know what would be great? If you have an agency that is supposed to be corrupt and you don't know where the fuck the money is going, don't have the damn agency. That would be great.
Or investigate the agency.
No, you just don't get it. You just get rid of it. Like the Department of fucking Education.
All you had to concede here that I think is government is like inherently can be corrupt and inefficient.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Oh my God! Go away, God.
Instead of making it some sort of like partisan issue, I think it would have just been super easy for you to have conceded that. But like we go into this whole, is it an omnipotent being or whatever authority? Like you're just weird, dude.
I agree that the government can be inefficient and
corrupt.
I 100% agree with you on that, and I want less government so that it is less corrupt.
What are you arguing about?
Efficient.
Well, I do agree. If we had less government, like the concept of corruption might be minimalized, only because it's easier to keep track of just a few things versus like 1,000 things. I think your checks and balances will be more properly mitigated. And I think then that also allows the states in turn to kind of manage themselves a little more properly to some degree. I think if our concern is corruption, then maybe getting rid of some of this shit that like this cutting the fat, shit that we don't really, do we need it? Do we not need it? Is it vital?
Well, that's one way that it could play out, but it could also play out in a way where the instead of like the checks and balances that are in place in that quote unquote too big system, those things might be being removed, and centralized authority is now being established so that there's way more corruption and there's less people to hold those corrupt individuals accountable. And that's kind of what we're seeing right now is what my problem is.
Yeah, there's like a scale or something. I think you could go too far in one direction or too far in the other direction. Right now we're overcorrecting for something that we're overcorrecting.
Are you trying to say that when you get rid of centralized power in the federal government, like the Department of Education, and then you're sending it to the states, you're actually grabbing more power and putting it on the federal government? Because I don't understand the logic. I don't understand how can that be possible?
I actually think the ability to point out corruption should actually fall to the states. It's their responsibility to kind of babysit the federal government and vice versa, right? Federal government ensures that our rights are being secured, so on and so forth, and ensuring that the states are following suit with that. But in turn, I think the states should be looking at the federal government and eyeballing them and making sure they're not, because that's a state that's represented by us, the people, and like who speaks for us, our states. We have our legislators, our senators, so on and so forth. And like, those are our people that should be watching the federal government saying, what the fuck are you doing? Because that's where our voice sits. We don't have voices outside of voting. And even voting is that even like a voice, to some degree. But I think that the states should be babysitting the federal government, and then the federal government just makes sure the states aren't taking away things from us that we are granted the rights to under the Constitution. Demolish, how are you, sir?
Peace and respect to you all. I am very well, Sarah. How are you?
I'm doing all right. A little rough of a panel, lots of noise talkers, but yeah, rough one tonight.
I noticed that you had to reel them in a few times there.
Oh. What do
Could
you
I-
got for us?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead, Ryan. Did you have a thought
I was
to
just
add?
going to say real quick to what you were saying about the states holding the federal government accountable. I think a lot of the mechanisms for doing that are like Congress, for example, like our state representatives in Congress using their legislative power to change laws, right? And so we vote people who we want to represent us into those positions. And like right now, the GOP is completely ceding all of their power to Trump. They're not letting the people decide what they want. And this is why they're demanding that across the country that Republicans don't hold town halls. They don't want to be held accountable for the extremely unpopular things that Trump and Elon are doing right now. They're ceding that power that you're talking about. They're giving it to Trump instead of to you.
So,
All right. Go ahead, Demolish.
I'm just noticing, Sarah, that you seem very reasonable about all of these topics. And in fact, I find that not all, but the majority of people on your panel are speaking from an emotional instead of an educational background on these topics.
Who's Doggy that?
Who's Doggy?
My bad.
Thank you. I love doggies. I love doggies, just not when they interrupt.
So I mean, most people on the panel are just speaking from an emotional standpoint and not speaking much about facts. Now here's the problem, and I'm going to side with you on this, Sarah. The problem is that I only see what I can see through media, and I can't watch all media always, and I'm not even certain that the media is telling me an absolute truth in any way on anything. So how can I know? How can anyone know? Well.
Oh, go ahead.
Well, a lot of it, that's why it's so opinion-based. As you said, I'm afraid we're just going to have to wait and see.
Yeah, no, I think that's a good point. You can watch like you can watch like C-SPAN and stuff, and there are to some degrees of things that you can look up. But as far as like what's behind the curtain, we'll just never know. I mean, unless you're a fly on the wall or you are that person in and of itself.
Well, it depends on the thing, and one of the benefits of having a government that has like so many, like a big government, right, with a lot of people in it, not like a big government as in it has a lot of authority, like a big government as in there's a lot of people distributing that authority. One of the benefits of that is that you have people at every stage checking that power and making sure that like there's more things in place to make it transparent. It's less transparent if you get rid of those systems.
Yeah.
So Ryan, there's this expression, Ryan, that something didn't age well. Have you ever heard that expression? Like people think things and then they express it and it doesn't work out that way. It turns out to be something
this is an
different.
emotional argument. This is like just a.
What do you mean it's an emotional argument?
It's like a turn of phrase. It doesn't.
Are you trying
actually
to say?
anything.
So you're trying to assess me before I finish the point.
Well, the euphemism package as an argument, right? Like we can all ascertain where you're going
just
with this.
arguing from emotion then.
Okay.
You don't even know what I was going to say. None of you do.
Get him, Richard.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, you're right. Continue.
Thank you. Okay, so did we already have these regulations and these regulatory people in place during the last several administrations?
Some of them?
Some of them, yes.
And some
no,
not, I assume.
Well, what kind of regulation are you hoping for? That wasn't
broad strokes right now. You're talking in very broad strokes. Can you be more specific?
At the beginning of a conversation, Nev, I'm afraid that's how conversations start. Is broad and they get narrower as they go. I would think you'd be aware of that.
But you just got here, right? So can you make sure for the rest of the people who have been here the whole time, can you define for everyone that we're on the same point here, that we're talking and having the same conversation? Please, just for our benefit. I don't think that's a big ask. I don't think that's a big ask. I think that's very reasonable.
Yeah, and I don't think I need you to say it 3 times. I'm trying to answer you. So
Okay.
so
No,
Ryan
no
made a
metaphors,
claim.
okay.
So Ryan made a claim. I'm speaking to Ryan's claim that you already heard, which was that they are taking regulatory people out. That was the claim, right? I mean, tell me where I'm wrong. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're still speaking in broad strokes, right? Because the example
let's
was
let,
Elon
sorry,
Musk, no?
real quick. He's absolutely right. They are removing like a lot of federal employees, right? A lot of them are veterans. Like 30% of those federal employees are veterans. So yeah, they're absolutely removing a lot of what you just described, right? Regulatory bodies, people in those positions. Sure.
Okay, so how successful was the way we were doing it if preservation is a good idea?
We were the richest. We are the richest country in the world, right?
No,
I love America. I think we're doing an okay job.
That's not exactly what I'm asking. It's a decent answer, but it's not exactly what I'm driving at. Do you not feel, Ryan, that there were abuses of the system, even though there were regulatory people in place?
There's going to be abuses in every system, but if you get rid of the bodies that oversee and investigate those things, then you're going to have more of it, right?
Which bodies were they that you're referring to specifically?
Well, inspectors generals of all these departments are the people who are in charge of auditing and stuff, right?
So I am understanding you correctly. Good for confirming that. Thank you. So inspectors generals, do you feel that the majority of them that are in these departments that are being investigated were doing a decent job of regulating those, or do you think they should have been removed?
My understanding is that a lot of these departments were relatively like pretty efficient, like they had very small rates of error. That these people were probably doing a pretty decent job. Yeah. They're not going to catch everything because no one it's impossible to catch everything. But
I accept that we're humans. I'm not expecting anyone to be perfect. But do you agree that if it is true that in the state of New Mexico, 23% of children are suffering from food insecurity, that is to say, they don't know where their next meal is coming from, that we should probably take care of them before we are, promoting more progressive ideas in, say, Guatemala?
I don't think they're mutually exclusive. And I think the Republicans oppose the programs that would help them be fed here and abroad.
But if you had to choose one, which would you personally choose?
Well, I mean, America, I guess, but we don't have that choice isn't being made. That's not happening, right? Republicans weren't pushing for those things, and they're not pushing for them now. And that money's not being taken and going to those people. It's being removed from the programs that would distribute to those people in the first place.
See, this is the part where I think you're speaking emotionally instead of being well informed.
Oh my God.
Okay, because they're doing exactly that kind of thing, trying to increase funding to get to the people who need the help and decrease the overhead in the bureaucose in programs like WIC and programs like those kinds of programs. They're now, I'm like Sarah, I don't know because it hasn't happened yet. Okay, but this is what they're saying.
I just don't think that plan exists to do that. I think that's the problem. If those plans existed, then I would support them, right?
Oh, well, good. I think better of you suddenly.
I want children fed. I mean, unlike a lot of the Republican Party, unfortunately.
I see, but you keep saying things like that. I don't think you know that's true.
And they keep voting against those things. So I don't know. What do you want me to do? I'm not going to lie about them.
Well, when you say voting against those things, are you talking about a bill that has to be passed? And are you talking, have you read these bills? And are you sure you disagree with them being rejected?
Well, second to that, is it a part of a bill where they clump all of this stuff in, and throw a few pieces in there that obviously everybody would be agreeable to, but in order to pass this one piece, you got to pass all of these other things that we know you won't want, right? It's kind of a blinding bill, because I think that is a common practice in order to get something through that you absolutely know somebody won't go for. The goal is to try to kind of package it in with all of this other pretty shiny bribes, almost like, well, we'll give you all of these other things that you really, really, really want, but in order to do so, you just have to add on this one little thing that we want.
Well, a great example of an isolated bill. I mean, this doesn't go to directly the issue we were talking about, but it is an issue where a lot of bloat was removed from a bill, would be the bipartisan border bill that was almost passed last year, right? Until Trump demanded that they don't pass it because he wanted to use the border crisis as a political tool because he's a narcissist. And instead of actually passing this bill, which they removed the Ukraine funding from, they removed all the stuff that got voted for later anyway, the Republicans still voted against it, specifically because it wasn't politically convenient for Donald Trump.
So Trump was able to kill bills when he wasn't in office?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sarah,
he's responsible for everything. That's crazy.
Well, he pressured Republicans not to vote for it.
I mean,
There's a
anything that's
popular-
happening now is Joe Biden's problem.
Okay, but Flow State, they poll probable leader, like what would you say, like the capital a leader has, the potential of them being elected or like being representing like a particular party.
I
they
understand
poll these
influence.
things. No, I'm saying like before actually being the Republican frontrunner, like he accumulated the most influence. So by
Right.
virtue of that
I understand
influence, like and by leaving,
It just sounds wild to me that the narrative though behind that you influence is a thing for sure, but to go ahead and just like circumvent everybody in power and then make a conspiracy theory, which is what that is. That
The
It's actually-
Republican senators, people will tell you they voted against this thing because Trump wanted it. Like they were going
because
to
Trump wanted to have a border problem to run on.
Yes, because it was literally for political reasons. Yes.
Okay.
Because
Part
Trump
of the
tweeted
attack-
about it or truthed about it or whatever. And before that, those same Republicans that voted against it, they were saying they were going to support it, and then Trump tweeted about it, and they changed their tune immediately. That's what I'm telling you. Yes.
Okay, so it's Trump's tweet. They didn't actually talk to Trump specifically. They were influenced by.
I don't know if he called. He might have called some of them
So
individually.
like
He
I'm
has
back
a
to
tendency do that and
conspiracy.
threaten-
I
and
want the
eventually threaten them
power
according
to
some
put a
sources.
tweet out and everybody listens to me.
I think the
I
issue
don't.
with
I don't
that-
think any American should have that power, but I would. It
No,
would
but
feel good. Yeah, but yeah.
The issue with that is that there's a populist movement focused around the urgency of the border issue and the lack of urgency by the incumbent government. And so the fact of the matter is that they were positioning the Democrats as this party that doesn't give a fuck about the border or thinks that there isn't an issue. And then all of a sudden, the Democrats called their bluff and said, okay, here's a bipartisan effort to solve that issue. And Trump, or is the other populist members in the Republican Party, shut it down because it would be worth more as something to run on in an election. And he was successful, right? Like he was right, than to solve an issue and then whatever, have it go down in the thing. There's other things in the mix here. There's things like the Heritage Foundation, obviously Republican donors. Like this is a collective. It's not
on
just
that last topic of control over the border as a bill. When was that you're saying that Republicans? I'm assuming it's close to re-election. It's close to the election race. Yeah, is when that happened.
I think it was like first quarter of 2024, something like that.
Okay, so what about the other 3 years?
It was urgent. Who cares? That's a good thing.
Yeah, we're talking about
in your
a
eyes,
specific thing that was happening. Yeah, like it was an
Yeah,
urgent
and that-
problem, and they were trying to expand the amount of judges that would be there to oversee these cases. They were trying to expand the amount of people who were able to process these people, and Trump didn't want them to do that because they would make Democrats look good.
Can I get in?
Seems to me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the border bill was stopped not because of Trump. It was stopped because no bill in 4 years that the Democrats ran did not have Ukraine funding in it. Not one. That's the
border bill
reason
that we're
why.
talking about right now
Half-
had Ukraine funding removed from it. Absolutely, it did.
No, it didn't. Not it had it allowed for 5,000 people to cross through a day. Okay.
And Ghost 1978 with the big five, the bipartisan border bill was voted down because it included more funding for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. Look it up. Crotch Canyon. Are you fucking kidding me, Anson?
I've never seen a Trump fan, by the way, care about like funding to Ukraine or anything like that, except when it's
Hold
to
on.
oppose democratic legislation.
Pardon me for just a second. Can you at least change the avatar because it could cause issue?
Yeah, I'll change it.
It is funny.
Okay, so I tried to get in at the time when you guys were talking about corruption and why he's going after the government. By the way, the end of tax season, 200,000 federal employees are going to be fired, and rightfully so. I'm going to give you examples real quick, okay? Hunter Biden walks out on a...
Hold on, let him.
I don't really care. Hunter Biden walks out on a congressional subpoena, which nothing happens. Clapper lies under oath. 2 FBI agents saying that they're going to go after Trump. You have 5 whistleblowers from multiple agencies saying that they witnessed the Hunter Biden laptop document getting blindly signed. You have when I can't really say it because of TOS, but the children issue of unaliving, when that came about, there was leaks, okay, which is illegal. So you have all these government leaks, you have all this, you have Comey saying that Clinton was found guilty of destroying classified documents, and they're like, oh yeah, she's okay, she's fine. So when you talk about this corruption,
This is what Trump fans do every time, man. Like you hear like stuff that Trump does, and then you just start blabbering off about stuff from the other side, as if it's like comparable.
Here and
for
start
one
talking.
thing.
He was still talking.
Hunter Biden walking out on the subpoena for Congress, by the way.
Dude, calm down. He was talking to me.
Okay. Can
Doesn't need you to discredit him.
If Furby can't not talk over people, that
Yeah, no, I'm sick of gish gallops and nobody here having the brain power to deal
hold
with
on,
it.
Mel. If anybody gish gallops the most on this panel, it is 110% you. You will get a
That is
trophy
false.
for it at the end of the year.
I know intelligent things sound
hold
bore
on.
you, but that was some nonsense. That was
All right,
misinformation that remains unchecked.
You know what? I'll tell you what, Mel. Go back on every panel you've ever been on. Clock the time that you have spoken compared to everybody else on panel, and you come back and you prove me wrong.
No, I'm not talking about speaking time. I'm talking about being a gish gallop of misinformation.
I would like them to finish
No, you
it.
like your audience being misinformed. You love it.
Let's do this. Listen, it's still allowed. Mel, I let you talk some crazy stuff on this panel. Okay.
Yeah, you stupid bitch.
You also let people cut me off a lot.
Because you
God.
literally always cut people off. You never let people finish, and then you demand other people
never
not interrupt
let
you.
them finish.
Mel,
You're
I'm
being
gonna
more
time
bad
you
faith than-
out for 5 minutes. I'm timing you out. I'm making an executive decision. You got 5 minutes back there to sit and think about it. Think about what you're telling me right now, because I swear to God, Mel, you better be able to prove me wrong. Go watch all those panels, clock it, and you let me fucking know. All right.
Can I say just 30 seconds, like not even 30 seconds, just real quick, very, very quick.
Go ahead, Ryan.
I just want to say the
Go
bill,
ahead,
that I'm
Ryan.
referring to is called the Emergency National Security Supplemental Appropriations Act. It does not include funding for Ukraine. It's a different thing. You can look it up. Everyone should now. If you think I'm lying, go Google it.
Yeah, and we just need you to make the citation that bill, that same bill you just described, you just named. If you would just show citation that it was turned down for the reasons you claimed.
Okay. I just want to say Mel ran up here to discredit somebody whose government critique started with the words Hunter Biden. Okay. Not needed, Mel. Not needed.
Actually, I will say Marathon Kev sent the big 5 to put you in timeout. So I will utilize the time I've put you back there to honor. It looks like it came in right at the same time.
Wait
as
a
I was
second. So
already
you're
putting you
revoking your
backstage.
you're
I'm
revoking
going to
yours.
go ahead and let
You basically just canceled out Kev.
I'm letting Marathon Kev sponsor my.
You're just deleting
decision.
Kevs. You need to do it to 10 minutes now. You
No,
can't
it literally came in at the same time.
Man, that's
I think.
Kev, I'm sorry.
All right.
I have a question
will,
for Melanie. I have a small question for Melanie.
You're gonna have to.
Melonie's
wait 5
backstage.
minutes.
Melonie's
3.5
backstage,
minutes.
not gone, and is probably listening.
But there's 9 people on stage.
Yeah,
Can you address
who
that,
cares?
please?
It's going to be super quick if you just allow me.
Okay.
Horses
So go to the
do
back.
not. Horses
Call
do
her.
not go up.
Just call
Horses
her. This
never
could be an
go
email.
up.
This could be an email. Call her.
Oh, gish
be an
galloping. Galop, 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 galop.
Address somebody on panel. Address somebody on panel.
So
There's
this-
so many people
this
here
border
waiting. to
bill
talk.
that you just described.
Nev, I'll address you. You're rude for overspeaking. It
Okay,
just
you're
a
an idiot for
joke.
addressing somebody who's not here.
It was
It
just a
was.
simple
Let
joke.
me ask.
You could have let it go.
Was Mr. the one that was talking?
Yes,
or-
Mr. Mister was talking.
Okay, Mr. I would like you to finish, please. Thank you.
I'll mute.
Okay, so, and to be honest, like, I don't hate Ryan, I don't hate Mel, I don't hate Nev. My issue and the right wing populace is not with them. Okay, it's not about identity. It's about what they let in the door. It's about who they associate themselves with in their groups. Okay, specifically, I can give examples of this with. Let me give the pro-Palestinian movement, which I would argue really has nothing to do with the genocide in Gaza. I mean, they're useful tools for a certain group to push political narratives, and that's why that guy was canned, the one that had the visa. So, I mean, and here's the other thing.
Okay. Well, can I real quick just say something to that?
Yeah,
A
it's
lot
fine.
of people, especially on college campuses, by and large, I think that whether or not these people are super well educated on the history of the region, these people, their sympathies are with people who are factually being killed, right? They're being bombed over and over, and these people are like, "Hey, this is horrifying," and that's why they're protesting. They're out there because these people are dying. It's not because, regardless of what the history of the conflict is and whether or not they understand it, like they're out there because they are concerned about the human cost. They don't see these people's lives as worth less than like people in Israel.
All right. So we're working on word fallacy now. Do you know what murder and kill definition between the two are?
In this context, I'm willing to say murder for a lot of these people. Sure.
All right. So this conversation.
Flo,
do you know you're muted?
Ryan, do you consider collateral damage in a war as murder? I'm just asking.
Sometimes, yeah, sometimes for sure.
Sometimes, yeah. Well, when's the sometimes?
I mean, I don't know if I have a hard line defined, but yeah, I'd imagine there's a line that could be crossed. I don't know exactly where that line is, but yeah, I mean, it happens.
Okay, I'll have to live with that. Thank you.
All right. I have another question. Do you know what the 3 laws of logic are?
Oh my God, these again.
Off the top of my head, I mean, I could probably characterize them.
I tried.
don't know if I have the exact names.
Are you going to do the transcendental argument for Orange Man now? Is that what's going on? Debate bros drive me nuts.
I thought about
you're missing tooth.
Actually writing.
You're missing tooth gives it away, man.
But I didn't want to go that far.
Identity, excluded middle, and what is non-contradiction?
Non-contradiction. Yeah.
There's some, yeah.
God damn, I've been around.
Observation. I know. I can't believe I know all three. Ugh.
So I wanted to kind of steer this conversation in a different direction because everything y'all are doing kind of sucks. So Orange Man is bad, and so what? We want our president to be bad because that's part of the job description. Biden was bad, Obama was bad, George W. Bush was bad. They all did awful, horrible, terrible things. Every president has been an awful person in one way or another, and it is it is an enhancement for the job, not a negative. So my position is, so what?
He's the lesser evil. So what?
Right.
No, I'm not saying the lesser evil. I mean, we want the most evil. It's the job description.
I think that is I agree. That's what you want. That makes sense. Yeah.
Why can't people
we abide by the contradiction of what is right. So observation is, and then logically, we feel like we shouldn't be snuffed out from borders, right?
Well, I don't know what the hell you're talking about, man. I said a bunch of stuff, and you're just like left field
I'm talking about the tariff. I'm sorry.
Well, I have a super easy way.
I am having a hard time watching an armpit talk to me. This is very distracting.
I'll change it. Gosh, Sarah, you don't like any of my stuff today.
I mean, find something that's actually, and then to Mel, hold on. Plumpy with the big 2. I turned up the electrodes too high on my nips. Ouch. Speaking of armpits, that would kind of hurt too. And Plumpy says again, how do you guys feel about pegging at the park? What is pegging at the park?
Who's pegging? It depends on who's involved.
Take that away, Mel.
Am I pegging Flow State? Because if that's the case,
we're both into it.
Is that a reference to the Central Park 5?
I have no idea.
No, it wasn't.
By the way,
if I swear to God, if I Google this and it's something disgusting, I'm gonna murder all of you.
You're gonna Google pegging at the park?
You're gonna Google pegging. 5, though. Didn't Donald Trump take out a full paper ad where he called
just
for
don't do it.
Death? The death penalty for the later exonerated from that?
Yeah, he definitely did.
Didn't he match the tariffs that were placed on us?
Nope. The first list was all prawn oriented.
Collusion against letting me speak is terrible. The Democratic Party is always working against me.
Don't you wish you hadn't stolen $5 from Kev now?
You speak like this and then you wonder why.
So, Anson, my question for you is: if it's in the job description for the president to be bad, why do we let why don't we let felons run for president?
We do let them run. They're allowed to run for president. They can't vote, but they can run.
So
one is president.
So you're asking for a legal distinction, right? So if you're a felon, it means that you were really terrible at being bad and you got caught at it. We want the people who aren't going to get.
You don't know how many times I had to be bad before I got
Donald Trump is
Yeah.
a felon. Yeah.
It doesn't. And if he were a felon, what difference?
You want someone who's corrupt.
Other than the legal distinction, I'm talking about the qualitative factors, not the stupid law stuff.
So my question for Anson: Anson,
who will abuse their power and won't get caught doing
prefer
it.
to have a king if we could?
Yeah, of course. I'm a monarchist. You know
There you
that.
go. There you go.
Really?
Discredit.
So
Okay, well, anyway.
why does
Well, why is that a discredit?
By the way.
Monarchy is much more efficient than democracy. People in democracy,
Monarchy
people like
is better
Trump get
than
the vote.
patriarchy. What are you
Why
talking
do you
about?
want someone to
more
have the
efficient.
power to neglect your? Why do you want someone
What are
to
you
have
doing?
the power to neglect
Channel
your?
Hoedown.
Why do you want someone to have the power to neglect your human rights?
This was so much better before Mel was here.
There's no such thing as human rights, Furby. They're fictitious.
You don't have the right to.
It's
Not this,
subjectual.
no. Fuck both of you, Anson and Furby. Not this topic again. You guys are retarded. I hate you all.
Oh my
Your
god.
brain can't handle
Mel,
it.
And it's unrelated to Orange Man. You're bringing off a red herring, trying to get off Orange Man. Orange Man bad.
Most of
I'm
the
happy
topic
Orange
has
Man
been
Trying
bad.
to be a king. It's not off topic at all.
He's not trying to be king. He's
Oh,
pathetic.
yeah.
He's feckless. He's weak, just like all the other presidents. He's not going to do what's required to steer the country in the right direction and dissolve the Congress and dissolve the judiciary. He's weak.
Letting me talk is really funny.
I thank you. I think I'm funny too. I appreciate that.
Enough
I
on
second
real
that,
that.
irony.
anyway.
The real irony in this political conversation is how many times in the last several administrations they promised to do these things and didn't do it, and people complained about it. And now that those things are being done, everyone's upset about that.
No, Democrats did not complain that we're not detaining enough people at the border.
That's what the bipartisan bill was
What?
supposed to fund: is more detention.
No, it was more
That's what
processing.
makes Democrats.
No,
feckless,
it's
by the way, is that they don't-
more border barriers, expand detention facilities, hire more ICE officials and border patrol agents, and also asylum offices.
By the way,
Most of
that's-
it is enforcement and
Okay, fair
detention.
enough, yeah.
They never do their
And
own
processing though as well.
They never actually work for building a majority. They just care about pandering to the other side and having
Oh,
political
shut up.
through basically
Shut
being
up.
Right.
the Republican Party.
No, don't shut up. I agree.
I didn't even hear what
Can't use
was
my own
said.
words
It's
against
probably
me.
wrong.
Well,
Then why are you
maybe
talking?
listen.
You can't
Yeah,
listen.
like why respond to it if you didn't even listen to it?
I'm so used to it
Pandering
being civil with no use. What? Say it again, Furby. What is the valid point that I missed?
This is why the Democratic Party is feckless. They exist basically to pander to the Republican Party and never stand on their own ground.
Oh,
Dude,
okay.
that's-
I actually agree with
What's
that.
the definition of pandering?
There's one party here.
Yep.
Giving up your personal, or I guess in their case, their party value.
No, pandering is an intent.
Oh my god.
Both parties have a power sharing arrangement. The illusion that you have is that you have a choice between the parties, that they actually do something different. Trump's just a performative difference. He's an abomination. He'll be gone in a few years, and then things will go back to the normal power sharing arrangement.
I mean,
No,
not if he completely
He's
reshapes the federal government.
He's
and
not going to
manages
do
it.
that. He
That's
doesn't have the
what
support of
they're doing right now.
Congress.
It's what they're doing right now. They're in the
No,
process
no,
of
he's just doing
41%
executive
through it.
orders that can all be undone by the next president. What he's doing is irrelevant, and all he's really doing is triggering people like the Furby who have an emotional
Things have
reaction.
consequences.
So
Things can actually
just
happen. Bad
funding-
things can actually happen. It's not just like magic executive orders that get done and undone. Like things actually have consequences when they're done by the president and when they're ignored by the legislative branch and like allowed to have all this consolidated power, and when they're firing every single inspector general that's investigating things and shutting down all these departments that actually do stuff. Like these things have consequences, and they will have consequences, and they're going to affect you or someone you care about. And we're telling you now, this is going to happen.
Chill
Well,
out,
I-
Sergey.
funding
I
by-
didn't see the
I won't
Congress.
chill out. This
One
matters.
very specific example: when you cut funding to Department of Education, you fire you have to fire teachers, right? When the Democrats come back in, it's going to cost money to both increase the budget and rehire more teachers. That's going the cost benefit analysis is going to look worse than if Trump had never done this.
The education system is being used as a tool for the destruction of
It's
capitalism.
all the
So
question, all
No,
the
it's
back
not.
to the education department.
Yes, it is.
Popularization.
It's all meaningless.
Wait,
shit.
I would-
No one actually wants to engage with it. It's so ridiculous.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, it's
The
ridiculous.
statistics
That's
say,
why.
right?
Yeah, it is. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous and embarrassing.
It's nice being on the right side.
Okay, let me ask you this. There was a class that they just had invoked, and I'm not going to say what state I'm in, but I'm in the Northeast. Okay, it's K through 12, and it's called Biases in Media. So, what business does a kindergartner have learning biases in media?
Well, for one thing, they'll be
critical
from an early age. And secondly, it's
good at any age.
called media literacy.
Melanie, do you just answer every question posed directly to the group, or?
Yeah,
everyone.
Thinking skills. That's not getting rid of capitalism. That's getting them to second guess what they're taught.
Yeah.
Ryan, did you have a
based
thought?
around the idea of critical thinking skills, of course. Yeah, it is.
No, I'm not coming from a position of hate. I'm just asking legit questions. Like,
Can you
Like,
challenge?
why should a kindergartner know about sex?
That wasn't.
By the way,
right?
folks, Tiki Tack and I are having a
we can answer that.
education
I
this
will answer
Sunday
that, actually.
here on the Raging Tomato.
Okay.
So to the question, someone
It
just
should
asked
be
why
hygiene
kindergartners
all the
know
way up
what
until.
sex is. So
Oh my
someone
God.
just asked, why should kindergartners know what sex is? I think they should know at least in some words what they should be aware of to make sure they're not being abused, so they can communicate that abuse to someone if they need to. Right? I want them to be able to identify those things, identify when someone is doing
That's
something
an
wrong to them.
individual.
Yeah, but whose job is it? Whose job is it? Is it the job of the government to do that, or the parents?
What if the parents?
Isn't it an overstep? Isn't it an overstep of the rights of the parents to assume
Not if
that
they're
role?
not if they're sexually
both,
abusing
by
their
the way.
child. No.
What if the
You're a
teacher's
mandated
sexually
reporter.
abusing the child?
You're a everybody is a mandated
That's also a
reporter.
problem,
If you see signs of abuse, you are beholden to the law to report that possibility, the potential to the authorities. So everyone is. It's not your coach. It's not all this shit. Everyone is.
They're just they have heavier training in it, a very specific training for them to recognize signs, because they have more interaction with your children in a day than most people do. So like they receive that training in order to be more aware, and so that they can be on the lookout for that. But that doesn't mean, I mean, even your Sunday school teachers, priests, counselors, so on and so, like there's so many other avenues in which people receive training for that specifically. But Neva is right, you are obligated to report that kind of behavior, anything out of the ordinary.
So
it's good that we have the government to do that, right? They've got an excellent track record.
What did we
All the
just
teachers in the
understand?
schools not doing inappropriate
What did
things,
we
right?
just
So they're more
understand?
pious than the
They
rest
do
of
catch
us.
a lot of people, right?
They're more virtuous, so they can be
Yeah.
trusted. The government.
Yeah, actually, the
Okay.
majority of teachers don't.
It's not that, I will say, it's not that they're trusted. It's just that they are engaging and seeing your children on the daily basis. They know when your kid's having a bad day. You know, that's how aware of your child they are, to a good degree and to a bad degree. But that's why they're taught to look for those things.
Statistically,
I vote that we steer back to orange
by the
bad
way,
guy.
it's less likely to happen from a teacher than someone you know.
Okay, so
Turn
it would
your
have been the
fucking
government.
game down.
It would have been the government that funded the
Am I
funded
too loud?
the research
No,
to
the verbiage.
identify this.
Flo is just perpetually like triggered by me. Okay, we have to get over.
Neve, go ahead.
Okay, so it would have been the government that would have funded the money for the research to identify the symptoms of kids and what sort of behaviors and patterns they exhibit when they are being abused actively. And it would have been the government that would have spread that knowledge and invested money educating in people and understanding that in lay terms for people like me and you, so that we can report. That's plain and simple the role of the government in that. And at any other point, it's just somebody breaking a law, and in the interest of like a child, you would hope that everyone here would be motivated to report that, right? Like
Isn't that at a state level though?
That
would be at a state level. I mean,
I don't want some states identifying and some states not. You know, like.
Well, I think
Well, why not?
I'm pretty sure I could say that the states have that kind of shit as that would be a priority. You know, crimes against children, especially.
Ideally.
But then it comes down to city and county and your state, all of that. It's, I mean, how they continue with the process. But
State
I don't.
agencies-
It's not a. It's not a federal crime, right?
No, it is. It's federally
SA?
mandated that you have to have legislation against this, so it is federally mandated. But the state agencies are the ones that deal with it.
Okay.
That makes sense.
What?
Right. But the crime
I-
is still at the state level, right?
I think it's so normal that we all want to protect children and whatever innocent. We want to protect dogs, to be honest about it. So
cats.
I don't think this sort of thing really needs mandated.
No, not yet.
I think certainly every state would have such a majority vote on what is normal, like protecting children, that this shouldn't even be something that has to be federally mandated.
Okay, I just demonstrated to you that by the role of the government, like being heavy-handed initially, has spread that that responsibility to the will of the people, and I think we can all agree that to some to some degree, some people more motivated than others, we would like to stop the abuse of children, right?
That was a word salad.
Okay,
dude.
so by your own words, we shouldn't sterilize children, right?
I probably okay.
Trump.
Okay.
Orange man good.
If what you're asking me is that,
Lee.
yes, of course, we shouldn't sterilize children. Absolutely.
It's not sterilization anyway that you're referring. You should have used the term chemical castration.
Well, chemical castration is the word they shopped around to their whatever you call it, their what do they call those focus groups?
The people that describe things accurately? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, focus groups. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, to the focus groups. No, seriously, this is what they shopped around to the focus groups, focused around their voter base, to make the plight of a small percentage of the population a compelling argument for everyone to get behind, right? Like,
look, I agree with chemical castration, and I'm not too offended by the harshness that you're pointing out of the term when it comes to someone who's abusing children sexually. I am for that kind of thing.
Okay, so going back to like cutting stuff in like the Department of Education and stuff like that.
That sounds good. When are they going to start doing that?
Does anyone
They haven't done that
disagree
yet.
that like Trump's I think they're proposed at the moment, but it's probably going to happen. Proposed cuts to the Department of Education would be just objectively harmful.
Why? We didn't have a Department of Education
no,
before the
cuts-
1970s.
The
We
cuts
didn't
have
need
already
them before.
happened.
They have.
Today,
Sorry.
he signed an executive order
That
dismantling
was
it
today, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which he doesn't have the authority to do. Super illegal. He does not have that.
Melanie-
Yeah, he doesn't have the authority to do that. That's
Melanie,
Yeah, even
are
if you
aware of-
agree, in fact, real quick, even if you agree that the Department of Education should be dismantled, Donald Trump signing an executive order is not the way to do that, because that's not how our Constitution works. That's not how our government works.
Yeah.
And Donald Trump would rather have that authority because he's a fascist.
Yeah, one more argument for a king instead of our system. Thank you for helping.
Isn't
Do you know what
it,
fascist is?
Isn't it though?
do.
Aren't do agencies have to go through like Congress and all to be created?
Yeah.
be
Department
funded, I think. To be
Yeah,
funded, yeah.
That's why it's unconstitutional to dismantle
To
them through
be
executive
to be
order.
funded, right? So if we're relinquishing the funds, then that means there's no funding to. So is he just cutting the funding?
he can't even do that. He's not in charge of the purse. The Congress is.
That's not the
Okay.
question.
Yeah.
But she
So-
already recognized that Congress is in charge of the purse, has the power
Yeah.
of the purse, as they say. She
Well,
already said that.
but what I'm saying is that he can't dismantle it as well. Like he can't cut funding and he can't dismantle it. That all that power is in Congress.
Unless he
Yeah,
just
Congress-
fires everybody,
Congress-
right?
Wait,
Like,
Hornet,
well,
what you're
Isn't that
Well,
the way
suggesting
to-
that's the thing. That's what he's trying to.
I'm
yeah,
asking
you're right.
because I'm trying to configure exactly how if he just fires everybody and doesn't fill the roles or gets rid of those positions. I mean, isn't he the hail to the chief kind of thing, and everybody in the
argument-
departments fall below him, right? So essentially, that's the boss, and bosses can create new positions, get rid of positions, so on and so forth, fire people, hire people. So essentially, isn't that what he's doing then?
He could conceivably
Congress is
fire
supposed to be-
people, but his justifications for doing so are fallacious, and that's what's being.
Wait,
I'm sorry.
let Coder
Sorry,
talk.
Cody, yeah, Cody.
Yeah, real quick. I'll try to be quick. My understanding is that Congress is the sole body that has the authority to restructure these sorts of departments. Like they create them, or because they were created by Congress, they are also the sole authority to restructure them.
Contradict.
So the problem would be that that Donald Trump, or the argument, right, the legal argument would be that Donald Trump defunding them or firing everyone from them by whatever means he can would be unconstitutional because he's not following the established, the precedent for what's the way they're supposed to be restructured. The argument would be that he's doing it in a backwards way that bypasses the rule of law, aka doing it illegally, which is why it's going to be challenged in court and it's going to be overturned. But right now it's going to cause chaos.
Well, isn't that just an argument to abolish the courts then?
Only if you think Trump should be king.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mr. Whisper.
We're in a democracy, not a patriarchy at the moment.
Coder, let me ask you a question.
I think he's listening. Yeah.
Okay. So if government employees leak information, that you do realize that's illegal, right? You can't leak classified information or government stuff to the press, right?
Yeah, that's whistleblower.
So well, that also has to be done through proper.
That's not whistleblowing.
It has to be done through proper channels. So if you have all these people that leak information and not supposed to, should they be fired?
Yeah, if you have people who are leaking information and you identify them, I think that's grounds to fire them. Sure.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
It's not the justification given. The justifications that are given are performance based. And when you look back, like an administration just inserts itself within a 2-month window of time to say that in that period of time that they're being fired on the basis of their performance, when they have a historical record of meeting the needs of the role or exceeding the needs of the role. So no, I'm just saying that in a lot of these court cases, that is the premise for this obviously being a partisan push to illegally fire a lot of civil servants. So yes, he can conceivably fire them, but he also has to adhere to a real justification as to why they shouldn't hold the roles. It can't just be because I think they're bad or because I think they're bad at their jobs. You have to argue that.
What Trump doesn't understand is that, if you want change, this is not how you do it. You don't get it from a corporate oligarch who installs loyalists into power like Putin does.
Well, we've had corporate oligarchs ever since FDR. That's the bureaucratic fascism system that he set up. This is just rolling back the fascism that's been set up by the Democrats.
I'd like to justify Nev's point by saying, thanks for letting me on your show, Sarah, and you guys have a great night.
I love you,
Blessed day, sir.
I'm so glad you're here. Thank you.
I'm going to drop down, but I want to pay $100 for a topic change if I can. Would you allow that, Miss Tomato?
Absolutely.
I'm going to blow it up right now, but for all you guys, and listen, I respect all your opinions, whether you're on whatever side. I'm interested in more the facts, not what we think is. But
me too.
As I drop down, I want to know what you guys think about the JFK files dump.
I didn't even. I still haven't. I still haven't. Yeah, I don't know anything about it. Does anybody know anything about it?
Yeah. Well, it was confirmed that there was
following the disclosure personally.
It was confirmed pretty much that there was a second shooter, and the CIA had involvement with a group that was anti-Castro Cuban. That was associated with the mob, and that a lot of the conspiracy theories related to Jack Ruby were actually true because the CIA confirmed that he was hanging out with Lee Harvey Oswald in the weeks prior to the shooting.
Sounds like a tangle of webs.
I don't know if that's true.
No, that's all. I got that from a reputable news source. One of the lefty.
I didn't say you're wrong.
All right, hey, before we continue down the JFK, is that what you want us to talk about, Mister? Since half of us don't seem to know anything about it, or do you want to choose something else?
You do the Epstein files
well, I just want
to.
We should talk about Epstein. That's a good idea.
Epstein files instead.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, that's fine. I'm gonna drop down. I'm gonna donate. Thanks for having me up, guys. Respect to everyone on the panel. Like I said, I don't hate you. I just really wish we could just push facts instead of the other shit. So
arbitrary facts.
So here's the fact. Donald Trump once referred to Jeffrey Epstein as a terrific guy who loves beautiful women almost as much as he does. Some of them on the younger side.
Let him pay the money
conveniently.
The money, man. The money.
No, he wasn't getting it.
Busting off the top.
Dusty,
he's gonna change his mind.
Flow State, would you like to say thank you.
Thank you, Mike23, for the 10 gifted memberships. And congratulations to those who won them. And maybe we could play the horse booty clip for him.
I think I can grant that. Only if you say pretty, pretty please with the cherry on top.
You're such a bitch. Pretty please.
This message is sponsored in part by...
There you
I said
go.
it.
And
You cut me off. I said
I
it.
heard you. That's why I
Mm.
cut you off. And just a big shout out to everyone out there. There's about 200 of you watching. You have a couple jobs as a viewer, as a chatter, as some random person out there in cyber world. Number one, did you hit the fucking like button? Did you do
Right.
that? Did you rub the like button? Did you lick the like button? Did you press it with your big toe? That's easy. Anywhere you're watching from, Ryan's also restreaming. Powder Dusty is also restreaming. So go hit that little
It's the
button.
white button.
Fucking Crispy Treat was gifted a membership.
I literally
God
was just
damn
looking at
it.
that. I was going to send that to you.
You fucking cunt. Can't even get away with it. Okay, and
Still
then
taking money.
addition to that, outside of hitting the like button, because that one's free, you could also share the stream out. You should hit the subscribe button of wherever you're watching from, and maybe go check out all of the other kind, amazing, wonderful, beautiful panelists who come here every fucking day or at another person's show and do all of this hard work for you. And speaking of hard work, you failed to meet the goal.
Oh.
So, wow.
Anson, you finally made me laugh, by the way.
Oh, I did? Awesome.
While you guys fail to meet the goal, I'm going to make you sit through a 3-minute potty break, granny slut commercial while I go take a little tinkle and think about what I want to do with you now.
3 minutes.
Enjoy your ride.
3 minutes.
Oh, actually, I'm going to put you on.
3
I'm gonna
minutes. You're
put
pooping.
you- I'm going to like take my time. I'm going to like wipe and then think about
Yeah, you're pooping. That's
everything.
cool. I
And
could
for
poop
now, since
Hoover.
you guys have failed, I'm
Hoover.
going to put it on. Actually, let's do this. I'm going to put you on members only, and I'm going to set another goal. And if you guys meet that goal, I'll take it off members only on the chat.
I'm
So-
streaming into the subscribers
Radical
only.
Coder
on mine.
Chat is not
Powder
members only,
donut. You
So there
are
you go.
the
You have failed. I'm going to set
A lot
another
of
goal.
goalposts getting moved tonight.
Meet
Yeah.
the goal or
fill in the blank.
A lot of goalpost seeding
Good
being
shit.
seeded by you with
Yeah.
Hunter Biden. Because you bid on that for some reason.
Hunter Biden is the national hero. Who else do you know that filmed himself getting a foot job while smoking crack? That's
my president.
only a crackhead would do that. That's awesome.
There you
I-
go.
And I've
A
seen it.
new-
I looked for it. It's there. It's real.
A new goal has been created, and
Fun in
because
Iran.
since I
When
turned
we
it on
weren't
members,
supposed to be there. Sorry.
since I turned it on members only, I'm not going to make you sit for 3 minutes, but I'm going to go tinkle, enjoy,
Poop.
and then when I come back, we'll go over Mister's topic of whatever. he
How many
wants to talk
hundreds
about.
of people are thinking about you pooping right now?
Okay, wait. What's
Wait,
something
so this thing up?
something that emerged as an important question in the last little bit here? Do we all support democracy? Because I assume
Nope.
that would be the case, but I actually
Nope.
don't think we all do. So
Nope.
okay, you do not. What do you
Let's
support?
vote on it.
Monarchy.
Okay, you
Yeah,
vote on it.
Ryan would poop on it.
And Flow State, do you support democracy?
I support Mr. who also sent me $100. Thank you, sir.
Shout out to Mr.
Salute to
Who here votes? That's a better question.
I don't vote intentionally.
If I vote, it's against you.
I think it's important.
Look, voting is a placebo activity.
Yeah, so I vote Nev. So even though I theoretically support monarchy because it's a more efficient system.
Monarchy, you want your women
Let him
to
finish.
lead your way?
Let him finish.
That doesn't make
Let him
any
finish.
sense.
Doesn't make any sense.
Lead your way.
want
Monarchy.
matriarchy.
It doesn't make any sense,
That's
but
a
it's
matriarchy.
monarchy.
Monarchy means a single ruler.
That's a man.
Okay, so but
No,
you're
we'll
saying
say patriarchy is
I think
a
what you're saying
single
right up
ruler
conservative
that is
not
a man.
Bro, just
That-
go Google the word first and let Anson finish.
Lee, you're totally wrong here.
Oh yeah, okay. Give it to me, and tell me how I made you laugh too, because I like making everybody laugh.
I don't know, something about lick the smash button, the wordplay there, and then the peach with the slap marks.
Hey Nev, what's up?
I think what you're saying is that you're a dreamer, but you're still productive. Like you're still practical.
Yeah.
You know you still have to vote. Okay.
Yeah, I'm a Machiavellian. Anything that's practical, I'm in favor of.
A Machiavellian? What
that
the
wasn't
fuck
very
is that?
Nobody exactly Machiavellian would
Who
admit
is that that's
This is
talking?
how
Is
I know
that
you're
Lick?
trolling. You're so
Lick
trolling
the
right
smash
now.
button. We don't.
Is
It's
it?
not our fault if you don't know what words mean, but we can't carry you through every one. Google it.
Okay, Mr. has spoken, and he would like us to speak of the Epstein files topic.
Yes, let's go. Okay, Coder, go.
I haven't heard anybody so excited for SA since.
Thank you, Mr. Neve, say thank you.
Thank you, Mr. for talking about something that actually might matter.
I got so
There you
excited
go.
for this topic, I yawned.
This one's on your side.
You touched
Des,
yourself, right?
If you want to read
why
it.
does Trump only half-assed release the Epstein files? Why did he only release the call logs that were already out, and he gave them in a super performative way to all these right-wing influencers who were suddenly pretty disappointed after their big showing where they're dancing with allegedly a list of sexual assault victims? And so why doesn't Trump want this information out there? What's going on with that?
What are they hiding?
Yeah,
Thank
what are
you,
they hiding?
Angela. Hold on, we gotta. Angela says, "I rub my nipples on the like button." Go Flo. That is the correct way to like videos on my channel. If you're even if you're a dude, I don't give a fuck. But especially if you're a chick. So I appreciate you rubbing your nipples for me.
I appreciate it too, Angela.
Hey, Flo.
Yo,
exactly.
Anyone want to answer that question, Anson?
I couldn't hear a question. There's so much prattling going on here. It's all over the place.
Prattle and pander.
Speaking of
The question
taking
is why won't Donald Trump release the actual Epstein files? Why did he only release a call log that was already out, that had his name on it, by the way, and instead of actually releasing the files that he
Well,
said
I'd imagine that it doesn't serve as political power goals.
Yeah, I bet it doesn't.
Yeah, like most presidents make decisions that are selfish based on their political power goals, and that Joe Biden did, Obama did, all presidents do that. It's the logical explanation.
Well, I mean, I would put myself in that position, and I would think if I had the ability to release something, would I release it or would I utilize it more as an option to get things done the way I want them?
I think it depends.
Leverage.
Leverage.
Like some presidents actually had like almost a manifesto for how they thought the world should be run, and you can call that selfish, but I think they truly believed in it, and they thought that they would help other people through that.
Yeah, that's called propaganda. So you consume propaganda that makes you think that presidents are good people.
Propaganda.
Okay, so yes.
Yeah, it is propaganda. It's a paranoid delusion. I apologize.
It's not a paranoid delusion. That some presidents had a world vision.
Oh my God, you're literally okay, Anson. Of course, it does not suit his political interest to release the entirety of the Epstein files.
Yeah, but the problem is we don't know why, right? You can speculate.
Didn't Epstein die under Trump's watch? Wasn't Trump president? Wasn't he the one who would have had final authority over if anything happened? If that guy died under Joe Biden, wouldn't conservatives?
Yeah, everybody that passes away in prison under a president, it's their fault.
That's a valid.
If they're best friends with the guy, before,
that's not a huge leap. That's not a huge leap. Everybody who passes away in prison is the fault of the president.
If it's the Biden administration, anything is possible. But if it's the Trump one, there's a logical explanation, or just like major gap.
Yeah,
or just
all you've got is speculation. All you've got is speculation. As far as we know, he doesn't want to release it. He doesn't want to release it because he's going to play good cop, bad cop against his AG and throw out his AG in a couple of years or something like that. You don't know what his reasons are.
I can see that. I'm asking you to speculate.
No, I don't speculate about things. I'm a realist. I focus on what is.
No, but that's the whole content of this conversation. We're talking about the Epstein files. We only have a portion of the information, and we're speculating about the rest. $100.
Yeah, and you can speculate all you want. I'm concerned about what is. What is true is that not everything's been released, and what is true is you don't know why, and what is true is you're going to make up reasons to do a post hoc rationalization to suit whatever it is that you think is necessary and good. So let me hear your post hoc rationalization some more, so I can enjoy myself.
Look, okay, here's the thing, okay? I would say that a lot of people who have been named in the Epstein files
push your
have
ideals.
gotten a considerable amount of flack and disdain from the wider population because what it implies that having proximity to Epstein and being listed in those files means that you could also simultaneously be participating in the same behaviors that Epstein has, right? So now, which begs the question, what information do we not have? And I think that's important. We already know that Trump has a relationship with Epstein. It's been documented. There are videos of it, like he's mentioned in the files. And we know that we don't have a portion of the files. However, the assassination of a former president, and there was one before this, I think it was like some CIA fucking crazy thing. Things that you would regard as probably more consequential, right? We have all that information. Why don't we have the information about the Epstein files? That's what I'm asking you, Anson.
Yeah, so like I said, I'm not a mind reader, right? So I've been married a couple of times. I understand the game that women play, right? They want you to pretend like you can read other people's minds and know what's going on, but I can't do that, right? So I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to play that game, but I am going to tell you that I am very impressed at your ability to find all these correlations and tie them together in a way that supports whatever conclusion you want to reach. You have a real future in gematria. That's the secret to gematria too, right? Just tie together a whole bunch of random correlations. Go ahead, continue. This is entertaining.
Why specifically it would politically benefit Trump not to release all the details unless he has something to hide?
Yeah, and you have to speculate to find that answer because you don't know the answer.
No, the clear answer is that he has something to hide, and that's why he's hiding.
No, that's your speculation, man. You don't have any proof of that. You're just throwing random stuff out there.
It's a reasonable speculation, but it is still speculation. You're both right, really.
But I can see
Mike
that
23
Wait.
I don't offend anyone. The president may at his own discretion remove an inferior officer does not require congressional approval. That's true.
Not everyone in government is an officer for the president.
Yeah, he should fire all the people in the federal government. That'd be a good start.
Not everyone in the federal government is an officer of the executive branch. This is what you have to realize.
He should make them all officers so he can fire them all. That's a good point.
He just
great idea.
Fire the one at the top and then replace them with the next person in line. Fire them, replace the next person in line until you get down to the janitor.
You could get your king now.
Yeah,
you get
your own victory.
Anyway, back to the Epstein thing. What we don't have to speculate about is the fact that Trump was friends with Epstein. That he is.
But we're off. Is there any component of this besides the Trump component?
Trump is friends with him.
I've finished already.
A terrific guy.
I always finish first.
As much as he does, and he's also listed in. And there are victims who alleged that Epstein and Trump participated in their trafficking.
And Trump.
Okay.
The Dems are For once, the Dems are being conspiratorial. You'd think that the Republicans, being called conspiratorial by heart, would want to jump on this opportunity to throw it in our faces, and they don't want to.
These are all facts.
There is definitely there's definitely a tie there. There's definitely a tie there, but all the rest is cope, right? Anson's coping. The Trump tards are coping. But Mr. Mister did pay to move it off of, and so I don't think the Trump adjacent topic should go back to Trump necessarily.
Wait,
how long do we have to do this for?
Coder speaking
facts. I'm on your side. I just said that.
No, I'm saying I just wanted to make that clear because Coder made the point in saying everything Coder said was true. I'm saying I am obviously speculating. And I'm asking the important questions that Republicans don't want to ask. This is a partisan issue. And I think at the end of the day, we just want to make sure that everyone who needs to go to jail is going to jail and being held.
That will not happen, though. We know that.
Yeah. It's nice that Democrats are finally concerned about law and order. That's a big change. Is that going to continue, or is that just going to be something while Trump's in office?
Can I just point out, Lee has yet to say anything, and I'm sure he has some incredibly valuable input for us.
Lee did earlier, and it was like Lee was drunk or something.
Lee doesn't know what we're.
I apologize.
Doesn't mean it's not valuable.
Slur, but,
okay, stop marginalizing the drunkards.
Lee, are you on topic this time?
All right, so I pulled up
footnotes. I apologize. I can back out if I need to.
Do that.
Shit. All right. I have over 120 fucking IQ. What do you rate as?
Wow.
Lies.
You're only
Straight fucking lies.
You're seemingly using like 30 of it though right now. So.
Yeah. I apologize for intoxication.
It's okay. We're all intoxicated. We're just lying about it.
Yeah, well, this is
you can get high off O2.
We
did
all
you know
did.
that?
No, we
Our
all
own
did 3
oxygen.
shots.
Do you know air?
Lee, did you do 3 shots of tequila? Because we all did. Everybody got the memo. Before you jump on panel, you have to do 3 shots of tequila.
Apologies. I've been on wine.
If you
I have
guys
to do gin. I'm not rich enough for tequila.
If you run it back 30 seconds and watch this in 2x, Lee sounds normal.
Yeah. You know, all right. So I'm going to tell you a story. No, I'm not.
What? I just wanted to find out if you go back and listen to it at half speed, it sounds like he's doing Tibetan throat singing.
Oh, Lord.
Thank you.
I will reserve judgment.
So did you know that Trump had?
Did you know
that Trump had Epstein banned from Mar-a-Lago in 2007 because Epstein hit on one of the teenage?
That's true. Only months before Epstein's trial, right?
Well, no. Epstein hit on a teenage daughter of one of the club members, and so Epstein was banned from the club. So it seems like Trump's the kind of person who's loyal, right? So he wouldn't do anything unless he had a reason.
I'm pretty sure.
It seems like that's his character as an upstanding person. If there's a member of his club who's doing inappropriate things,
I'm not going to speculate. I wouldn't speculate.
Now you don't want to speculate. Okay.
I never did. I only brought up things that are true.
What I just said is true.
Right? We are friends.
I also heard in the news.
I'm not conspiracy theory.
I'm just on some.
I also heard in the news, by the way, like he didn't do
anything.
anything until like the majority of people at Mar-a-Lago like brought it up with him. Like at first he was like trying to like kind of like be like, oh, I'm sure it's misunderstanding. It happens sometimes. Boys will be boys.
Concerning.
Okay, also, I agree that he would have to have some incentive to want to do something. And all I'm saying is that incentive is to distance himself from Jeffrey Epstein.
And let me interrupt here. Who is timing out our lovely ABC? Leave that poor girl alone.
Have a good night.
It must have been me on accident because I don't. She's a mod and I don't have any super mods except for me and Mrs. Flo.
Oh. And Chaos Queen coming with the big 5 just to show some tomato love. I love you too. Thank you. At least Chaos Queen got the point. You're 1 down. Need 9 more, and then we can release the chat to where everybody can chat and not just members only, or we can just keep it a members only party. Or you can go hang out with the other losers over on the Powder Dusty side.
Yep, my side welcomes losers.
It's true. He even let me on.
I'm watching them leave mine and then head over. Like I'm watch my number drop and then yours raise for every one that mine drops.
I'm just gonna say haters and losers are also welcome at the Radical Coder channel.
Guess what?
All of you haters and losers are totally welcome here.
I can
Wait, you gotta hang
always
out, link it.
I can always disconnect flow states.
You wouldn't
stream
dare, you
anytime.
tyrant.
But I could. You should just be telling them to grift.
What
so
a
they can
power
have
trip.
their-
Where's Michelle?
You should be telling them to grift. I support your
Oh
grift.
yeah, I mean they should actually be grifting as well,
Mhm.
for sure. Help all of us grift. The grift is important, right, Radical Coder?
What's your goal, Sarah? Is it just 10 of any super chat so I can send in
10
9 more $2?
10 of any. It doesn't even matter. And then we'll release the Kraken and let the chat get back to where it was.
So you're only asking for $18. Just everybody send in $2.
I mean, I'm not that greedy. I'm just I don't like goals sitting there empty. You guys already failed 1 goal and it sat there for over an hour.
Yeah, she only needs $18. I mean, she's a single mom. She's already hit the wall. She's not asking for an expensive meal.
Yeah, just take me on a coffee date and feed me some ramen noodles.
I got a noodle for you.
Coder, I think I follow you, I don't know if you use it anymore, but I follow you on Twitter and just never found your YouTube page.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I barely use my Twitter, especially not since Elon took it over because it's just insufferable Trump propaganda 24/7. But yeah, I'm on there.
Where did all the Republicans go?
Yeah, I don't know. Those guys are idiots.
Well, normally they're here, and normally there's no libs around.
Furious.
9% of the time. Where are they?
What do you want to argue about? I'm not a lib. I'm not.
You're like an anarchist. You're like an anarchist.
I mean, but I'm also a little bit of a realist. Like that would be ideal, but we live.
What do
Do you think the path towards like a more anarchist type society is through like just completely gutting the federal government, like with a chainsaw, hypothetically?
Possibly. No, I don't. I'm not a fan of. I'm not a fan of Trump. The thing about Trump is that he's a Pied Piper for all the conservatives. And he says the right things, but then he does the opposite things, and so and it's just it's good marketing. So now you've got all the conservatives, my freedoms crowd, all of them running around going, it's wanting to send Gestapo in to look for people who are not documented, right? Like checking their papers. They want Big Brother in effect, is how it looks to me. So good job, Trump tards. You got duped into being useful idiots. But that's not, don't mistake that as me saying like the libs are right. The libs are obviously also retarded and wrong. More so.
Can I add one thing to that? We were talking about the Department of Education being abolished earlier. What the state, so when I brought up that like states with that are poorer states are going to be disproportionately affected by that, those are mostly red states. Red states are going to be hit by this stuff way more. So they're already the ones suffering the most, and they're going to continue suffering the most.
I'm actually a whole retard. I just super chatted my fucking self.
I was wondering. I thought you did that as like a power move there.
No, it's just a retard.
Isabella Live came in with you literally lost money. Isabella Live came with the $2 to say, "Learn to recognize friends." Tara Jackson with the $2 on Powder Dusty's side, just to say, "Fuck everybody, I hate you all." And then of course Powder Dusty tipping himself with the big old 2 saying, "You stole Kev's money."
Shame.
That is genius. Paige coming in with the big 3 says, "Is the baguette in RC's frame real? Carb danger." Is that a blanket or a pillow?
It's a bun for my wiener. It's a giant pillow, and it's a bun for my wiener.
You put your wiener in there?
I sure did. He's right here. He's right on.
What's your dog's name?
He's a dachshund. Umbreon, like the Pokemon.
I would not put my wiener in a dog. I don't advise you put your wiener in a dog.
It's very cute.
That is funny though. And then Mandy coming in with the big 3 super sticker just to tell everybody to fuck off for a very long time. Thank you, Mandy. All right, you got 2 down. You got 8 more to go, folks.
Ticky Tacky, do you have anything to talk about? Because I'm assuming you're a Republican, if I remember correctly.
I'm all over the place at this point. I would say my opinions have been swaying everywhere. But I guess Epstein files, I don't know. I don't really have much to say other than, there was a lot of philanthropists on that flight log, between like Bill Gates, Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton, and they're flying all over the world together. So it's like, Trump's only on there once. He's only on the flight log once.
Too many times.
Yeah, but it was.
I'm on there 0 times, by the way.
Yeah, I'm on there 0 times. But I'm just saying.
You should be on there though, Mel. You deserve a spot on that list.
Trump was on the flight log 7 times, not once. He never went to the Lolita Island, but he was on there a bunch more. But that's irrelevant because lots of different people were on those flights.
I will contest that because did you read this directly from the flight logs, or are you just using some news article that claims that he was flying that much?
I read it in a news article, but I'll have to.
Yeah, I'm telling you, I went through those the raw flight logs, and Trump is only listed once, and that was from NYC back to Palm Beach International, when Trump was like holding an event in NYC.
So I'm looking at a People article about this right now, and it says that he's mentioned on page 24, on page 27. It says 7 times, like they said.
Go ahead and
a
look
few
it up
other
on the flight
instances.
logs and give me the flight logs. I don't care what news articles have to say.
I mean, I told you 2 pages already, right?
So I happen to
Yeah,
know a lot about
and I
flight
already
logs.
told you I read the flight logs and I only seen him there once.
Okay, so go back,
folks,
maybe go
I
back to
happen to
page
know-
24 and page 27, and you should see 2 separate instances so that your initial statement was wrong,
So
right?
you're gonna say that the person who looked at the flight logs is wrong and this news article?
Yeah, I think you're
is
lying.
right.
I think you either didn't read them or you're just lying about it. Yeah.
No, it's neither. I have
flight
them in
logs
front of me.
in
This
black
is
Well,
box?
maybe you just missed that part. Like I don't know.
Are
maybe you
these
didn't
flight
read it very
logs
well.
from the-
maybe you never read the flight logs, and you should go read the flight logs.
I'll
Where
pull
are
it
your
up right
flight
now.
logs
Page
from?
24.
Where are they from?
They're just they're from the government. It's like, what is it?
Those are published flight logs. Here's the problem: you can still get away with flights that do not have flight logs if you know what you're doing. The only way you can know for
so
sure
where are
is
those
black box.
documented then? You're speculating that there's some sort of other source out there that doesn't exist. It's like you're literally saying like, oh, there could be logs otherwhere, but there aren't any logs otherwhere, and there's only the flight logs that is
For
published.
example, let me explain something. If you register a flight plan, you do not always have to publish it all the way up, especially if it's not like a cross country flight or something
then
like
you're
that.
just guessing because it's not
No, I'm
published.
telling you,
you're
I know
guessing
how
about
this
57
works.
times.
However, you do have to file. You do have
look,
to.
4
no,
minutes
that
in
doesn't
the back.
It doesn't logically follow.
4
It
minutes
doesn't
in the
logically
back.
follow. Just it's like, oh, it doesn't exist, so it must be true.
Tiggy, would you
That's literally
concede
it.
that? Would you concede? Okay, are you under the impression that we have the entirety of the Epstein files at this moment in time?
No.
Okay, so there's potential that there's documents that we don't have, right?
Yeah, but that's just all speculation at that point.
Okay, no, but truthfully though, is it possible that in those documents that we would have more flight logs? Like, what is your understanding that the flight logs that you have are?
Could it be
fully
possible
completed
that
in
there's
our
a
data?
flight log with you on it?
It's possible. It's possible.
Yeah,
You wouldn't know
yeah.
that.
What is the like? Why does
Well,
the argument
okay.
matter if it could be
Because you're-
anybody? You could
because
literally
you're-
just name somebody and say, "Oh,
because-
he could be on the flight
Okay,
log,"
so I
even though
just
we
looked
don't
it
have
up.
the flight log.
I just
because
pulled up
you're
the flight log. I'm looking at
definitively- you're making
page.
a
I'm looking
definitive
at page
statement, right?
27.
Can we go one
I'm
at
sorry.
a time?
What are you drinking in that goblet?
I'll bet it's a whiskey sour. I was going to ask, is
Yeah,
it a whiskey
it-
sour?
it's a whiskey sour.
Yeah, I know I'm whiskey sours.
Sorry,
Tiggy, you're
looking
making
at
a
page
definitive
24, I see
statement,
Trump,
right? That's
and
what
also
we're-
looking at page
I'm not
27,
making
I
any
see-
definitive statements. I'm saying that you're just speculating on your statements.
Okay, well, we're poking holes in yours, right?
That you're
trying
poking
to
holes with
make a-
speculation.
No, but your statement is
But
a
he's
definitive
listed more
one
speculating.
based on what you've already conceded is possibly, all of
And
the
that's
flight logs.
speculation.
Not.
And like,
Wait,
what's
that's
the
not speculation.
speculation?
Hang on. To be clear, I'm not speculating. I'm looking at the flight logs. I see Trump's name twice.
I'm
on
not
page
talking to you
27.
right now. I'm talking to
Well, I'm
Neve.
talking to you. I'm talking to you. I see Trump twice. on
Okay,
page
whatever.
27
So what
and
about what
once on
Neve
page
has to say?
27.
I'm looking
Or
at.
you didn't
Hold
read
on.
Joe-
Hold on. Yeah, Joe Cool just
Yep.
sent a flight log.
5 times it's circled there.
It's really hard to see.
It's hard
though.
to make out, and it's
Joe, if you could like pull that a little bit better. I don't know if you pulled that on your phone.
well, he
Did you
screenshotted
find
in
your
the news.
statement that say that he's at least there 3 times. Would you say that?
I only read it once.
Oh,
Unless you
okay.
can show me otherwise.
Why don't you pull it up right now? Why don't
If
you-
he's
I
there
have it
one
up
time
right
or
now.
5 times,
I have
doesn't
it.
matter.
I have it up right now. I've had it up this entire time.
Does it matter if he's there 1 time or 5 times? Would be my question.
Well, the
Not
argument.
necessarily.
I'm just saying
No.
he was. What I'm saying is that this guy lied about it being only there once, or he only read it once and he just didn't know that it was there more times. And I'm just saying that he was wrong about that.
Yeah, but all you're saying is just saying stuff. That's
I'm
it.
saying I
So are
posted
you.
the documents as well in the chat so people can verify it for themselves.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
saying- but
I'm looking at that
saying-
same
I'm
exact
saying
link
stuff-
right now.
I'm saying stuff
all
that's
you're
verified.
doing
I'm
is
saying
just
that you're
publishing the
lying.
link. That's it. You're not actually like substantiating anything. And have you actually? You haven't spent any time combing through any of this.
Yeah, well,
You
you
were
just
literally
looked
just
up.
on a
I
whim.
looked at
On
Trump's
a
name
whim.
on the log just now.
Will you look at it? Take
Okay,
it to
yeah,
the
once.
link.
Page and once
Twice.
on another
Okay,
page.
twice. Okay,
Over the
what
link.
pages?
3 times. 3 times.
3
now.
times. Okay, what pages?
24 and 27.
24 and 27.
24 once, 27 twice.
And just the point that I wanted to make is that you were coming at this from a point of certainty, right?
Yeah,
That's all I was
I
trying to
was
make.
100% certain at it.
Okay, but it doesn't seem like so is Coder. So just look at what he has.
But I've also been
110%
looking at the
certain
log
about the things I'm
longer than him.
You said it. You looked at it once.
I looked at it multiple times. It's like I
you
did.
looked at it once.
No,
You
I
didn't look at it
didn't.
very well.
Okay, well, correct. I looked at it multiple times. Will you accept the correction?
Tiki, how many times have you looked at it sober?
Many times. The first time I actually looked at this flight log was about 3 years ago.
Okay, I think you're in those flight logs. I think you got a redacted version where you're not in those flight logs, but I think the ones we have.
But then that's just speculation.
Maybe.
Okay. It really is. It's like you guys are just throwing claims around.
Pull up page 27.
I'm not changing the subject. We're talking about the flight logs, bro. It's like nothing has changed.
Pull up page 27 then, and let's look at Trump's name on there twice.
Okay, well, is somebody going to actually interrupt me while I'm reading this?
No.
I will.
Okay. Okay, then I won't read it.
You're lost. I don't know. We can all look at his name and we'll have to, I guess.
I don't know how long you've been watching. I don't know how long you've been watching, but I think from the beginning, the opening of this topic, that we talked about, like most of it is speculation, except for Coder, because he identified some facts about Trump being president. I think most of this is speculation.
Yeah, but the thing is that the topic I wasn't even going to bring up anything about Trump being on the flight logs. I was just saying, like, there's a lot of people on the flight logs. You guys are the ones hyper fixated and insane about Trump. It's like, this is Trump derangement syndrome, man.
You on the thing you said that was wrong.
I mean, it's inconsequential because
it's
I think
not wrong. I haven't been able to read it. Everybody keeps interrupting me.
That doesn't make you not wrong. Like, you don't have to reread it for you to be wrong.
Do you guys think that the Furby has flow state derangement syndrome?
Nah.
He's got other derangements, but not that one.
Okay, Tiki, who are some other people on the list that you would also regard as notable?
Hillary Clinton.
Okay, who else?
What was it? Bill Gates.
Nice.
Prince Andrew.
This is genuine curiosity. I'm just asking. There's no, obviously, I just want to know because you seem to have read it.
Well,
so.
It's the one thing that I find most interesting is that Hillary Clinton and Bill Gates appear on there a lot, and it's like the story is that it's because they were philanthropists. They were going out to, like, Africa, Australia, and all to, like, help out the impoverished people, things like that. And it's like they were pretty close together,
Funny enough, it looks like Bill Gates was only on there one time.
That is weird.
So Trump is on there more than Bill Gates. Curious.
Did you look up Hillary?
Yeah, Hillary. Well, I saw Bill Clinton was on there 17 times, which is only 10 more times than Trump.
Okay. Oh, just 10 more times. Okay.
Yeah.
Just 10 more times.
Still bad.
It is bad.
I think Bill Clinton is also a rapist like Trump is. So I'm not,
he's a scumbag.
That's a bold claim.
It's not really.
Donald Trump was found liable of sexual assault in the court of law.
No.
What I don't understand.
He was liable of forgery.
What I don't understand, and it's the most important part of this issue is that all these flight logs
he wasn't federally convicted.
insinuate that we live on a spiritual earth. We obviously live on a flat.
The nuances are important, aren't they?
Yeah, he was civilly liable. That's what I said. Yeah, he was found civilly liable.
Civilly, yeah. It's a civil matter. It's the standards for a civil case is much lower than a criminal case. Was he criminally convicted?
Much lower.
Was he criminally convicted?
It also passed the statute of limitations.
Blah 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 blah.
So he was found not guilty of a crime, right?
For the record,
these are the same talking
it wasn't a crime.
It's like I don't even care to argue it because it's like you could go to so many.
I
other
wouldn't
debates.
if I were you either, because you don't actually want to talk about the thing.
Gentlemen. Chairman of the board. I did recognize all of them. I did add all of the time on for Furby. She's got like 4 more minutes left now, but I think it was up to like a total of 10. And then also, just for the record, the chat has been released. You met the goal. Thank you. I feel better now. I made one last goal for the evening. Have some fun with it if you will. But the chat is now officially open outside of just members. It is open to subscribers again. Jeremy Ryan with that's okay.
Ahead,
Jeremy Ryan with the Big Ten says it's interesting how they say the news article has page references, but their inability to substantiate those is due to documents unreleased. Where did the page references come from then? That's a good question.
No, we're talking about the logs published.
The amount of documents they released would obviously have pages, like a page number, right? Like,
let's just speculate wildly.
What page Hillary Clinton's name shows up on?
Yeah, for sure. You came up here to make a flat Earth argument, so.
I was joking. I was making fun of flat Earth. I made fun of gematria people earlier too because those people are wackadoodle also. You were the one using gematria logic, not me.
It was
funny.
funny.
How many times does Hillary Clinton appear in the flight logs?
I don't know. I know that she flew along with Bill Clinton. It's there's usually the initials on there of the people who are guests.
According to the flight log, according to what I'm looking at, the flight logs are 0 for him.
Oh yeah, you totally did not scan through all those pages within just like about 10 minutes.
Tell me, like, help me figure it out. How can
I told you, I don't know. I assume you're relying on news articles.
They're all going to lie about it.
I assume you're relying on news articles again.
Guys, no, he said he pulled up the document. He's looking at each page individually.
Yeah, and have you pulled up the document and realized that nobody could read this within like 10 minutes?
Yeah, no, for sure.
Yeah, and there's no OCR on it, so you can't just Control F and look for it because it's all just image scans of like written signatures.
So no one's ever plugged it into an OCR scanner?
They probably have, but I know you're not looking at that one right now.
Okay, well, where do I find that?
That's your problem right here. I'm trying to substantiate the claim that you don't have the ability to read the document that you sourced within 10 minutes. So you're just shifting the goalposts.
No, I'm not shifting the goalpost. I'm telling you.
Yeah, you're shifting the goalpost that there's some sort of other source that its existence, and it's like, oh, that's going to substantiate.
Okay, sorry, let me be clear. What I'm saying is
you're saying that you read all the flight logs immediately.
You lied about how many times Trump was on the flight logs. You're just a liar. You lied about.
No, I'm not lying. I'm not lying.
No one should ever take anything seriously. You're a fucking liar.
And you're a liberal. Nobody should take you seriously.
You shifted it twice. You literally said he's on there once, and then you conceded that he was on there.
Wait. Y'all need to argue in good faith. Can't he just be wrong and it not be nefarious and a lie? I mean, it's obvious. This is like an Obama
with a stingy liberal.
This is like an Obama birth certificate. Right? Obviously, the liberals have
they literally want to be pedantic about like the count numbers on the flight logs. Yeah, but I haven't even gotten to my original point of what I actually wanted to do. You guys just wanted to nitpick at the freaking Trump thing because you have Trump derangement syndrome.
Nitpick about the lies you told. Sorry.
You're the ones obsessed with Trump. You're the ones who will go point at Trump on the flight logs when Bill Clinton's on there 17 times. It's like
you're being ignorant to the reason it was brought up in the original post. Is we were talking about Epstein files through the lens of why the specific administration would want to obscure some of those documents, right? So naturally, that would be talking about members of the administration, maybe the president who's been listed in the
Bill Clinton on the flight logs.
It's pertinent. It's pertinent to the discussion, right? Like, I know you just got here and I know you're drinking, but like, put those two together. I'm helping you out here.
Also, these flight logs are unreliable.
First of all, I'm here to troll.
First of all, I posted a link in the side chat about how Congress made tracking private flights way more difficult, and it's usually not public information. The flight logs that have been published by the government contain redactions, come from various sources in their own right, and they have unreleased logs as part of it, inconsistent record keeping, ongoing legal and investigative matters that prevent publishing the entirety of it as well. So to say that that Trump's only been on there once, at best you're looking at heavily redacted and unreliable information.
It probably was
even
from 3 years ago.
Reliable ones he shows up multiple times as we discovered. So
all right, so all the presidents are pervs.
Yep.
Yeah, well,
just Clinton and
Biden on there.
Well, that goes hand in hand with being power hungry, right?
Yeah,
I mean, all the people in the top levels of the government are all degenerates and power hungry mad people. I mean, that's not
just
that's,
people.
But we want one of them for a king, right?
Like you're acting this is existing in all populations of humanity.
Yeah.
People in power just have more money to engage in more elaborate forms of debauchery. But other than that, I don't think just because most people, if you look at most CEOs, right, they just spend most of their time obsessing over their fucking stock values and shit like that.
Well, no, degeneracy is more prevalent in the West because we're all spoiled and rich. I mean, we got people running around getting all kinds of surgeries, mutilating their bodies because they think they're something they're not. I mean, it's the same exact thing. It's just a matter of wealth, right?
They had to go there.
People indulging because we have more luxuries.
Debauchery, I think, is the word you used, right? Debauchery.
Yeah, having more elaborate forms of it just makes sense.
Yeah,
it's hard. It's hard to argue with Anson's claim, though. If you give somebody, if you give an addict money, they will destroy themselves.
Well, I'm waiting for the
gender affirming surgery. They're probably not going to use that. Sorry, if you give them power, unless you give
can
them the
take TRT
power
if you
to
want
have
take
free
Kentucky.
drugs, then they might not be able to use that for those purposes. And most of the power in government does not give you the ability.
If you vote for me,
indulge in
I will give you
programs.
free drugs. This goes out to. I'm starting my campaign right now.
Okay, I want to make sure my plane is landed here. Most of the power you get
No,
from
but
government.
look, I'm campaigning
Yeah, I
here.
know.
bro.
I know you're afraid of people who are smarter than you.
Your
Flo.
plane got lost because we can't
I'm
track
backing
flight
Twinkert.
logs. Your plane is lost. It's
I want to
Malaysia.
hear Melanie's final point. Can you guys shut up for a second?
Yeah, I want to hear Melanie's point.
The power that people get in government most times does not enable people to engage in sexual perversion.
This was your last point.
Okay. The plane just crashed.
No, I was just
The plane
making
just
sure you
crashed.
heard me because you cut me off while I was saying that.
The
Okay.
plane is on fire.
Yeah,
the plane
that
struck
plane. There were no survivors.
The plane struck a helicopter because Trump deregulated the FAA or whatever.
You're trying.
First time ever.
Shit.
First time ever a plane
Like, do
has
you have a
collided with
response to
helicopter.
what I said, or are you just going to do this the whole night? It's kind of getting pathetic.
Well, I'm enjoying it. It's not good for you. It's good for me.
It's good for me.
That's a new one.
It's not new. I
Oh.
just haven't. I don't use it often enough. I originally made it to speak to when men send us dick pics and stupid things, and I use that to introduce the stupid shit that they say to us in our DMs.
Fair, 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 fair.
You know, women are just as nasty in DMs, Sarah. Women send all kinds of crude stuff. You know, I miss the good old days when you had to really work to see a woman's body. Nowadays, they just throw it out on camera all the time.
God,
It's
shut up, you old fuck.
Why would you complain about that?
Well,
Gay.
because I was raised to think that women are valuable.
I think
And
women are still valuable.
Very
even
gay.
if
He's
men
he's
get
kind of
online,
gay or
but
older
I
at the
don't know.
moment.
Meanwhile,
I'm traditional.
meanwhile, let's make note of his name. Women are valuable, very valuable.
They are.
True.
Okay. So
You gotta admire the game, Sarah.
Cue the video, Sarah. Cue the video.
I just had one. I think if we do one more, people will actually forget what we were just talking about.
Knock him out into a concussion.
Yep, I forgot everything.
Yeah,
I think there's one person on this panel who's been mysteriously quiet, and that person is Hornet.
Hornets always.
I've been
really
talking.
quiet.
Oh, okay.
So who votes for me for president? Free drugs.
What?
No.
Propose something. Propose something.
I propose
just did.
free
Do you
drugs.
mean universal health care?
No, not medicine,
No.
just drugs.
Yeah, I'd be
So-
all right with that too, Flo. If you made birth control illegal, I'd be.
When
I'd
do
be
we
fine with
vote?
it.
When do we vote? When do we vote?
Oh, birth
That'd be
control.
What
is
about well?
If you think about it, right? If you send out free drugs, then all the weak people who are taking those drugs and getting so high will eventually just kind of fall off the face of the earth.
Yeah,
And
you
then all of the people who actually have shit to do and are busy getting shit done and being productive will continue to be productive and
And
have
some
more
of us will be
space,
productive on drugs.
more space to
That's
do
it.
so.
Like if you like
On
eugenics
that
that
note,
much,
though-
you should really just admit you're an awful person.
Anson,
Can
are
you
you,
remove?
What if
Anson,
Sarah,
are you
what if
advocating?
instead we had institutions that help people with those addictions who are struggling with them, and then they can become productive? So we have
Yeah.
more productive people.
Don't we
and
already
we
have
don't
that?
to wait for
Yeah,
them to
we do.
die.
The issue is that
Not a
people,
lot.
not everybody
Republicans,
wants to
again
do
vote
that.
against these things when
Look,
they're being established.
Liberal,
live
like,
in America,
look,
you definitely
lefties
don't
like
have
to
the
pretend that
rehabilitation
everybody on the
help.
inside is really a good, helpful, supportive, friendly, altruistic person that wants to be sober and productive, but that's not the
I
case.
didn't say that at all.
No, I know. I extrapolated it.
Hey, wait. Question.
Poorly.
Can I derail this? Okay, so Anson, are you advocating on behalf of some women in your life that have had negative experiences with contraception? I'm just curious.
Well, no, I wouldn't date a woman that was on birth control. It's a red flag. So I haven't had any
Okay.
experience with that.
So I would
because
imagine
it goes to the character of a woman who would choose to do that to herself. So I don't even mess with those kind of women.
Well, I'm being charitable to you. I'm being charitable to you.
I'm not.
because
Be
I-
uncharitable.
Okay, I'm being charitable to you because I think on one hand it's like, okay, you're not taking contraception. On the other hand, you must have some argument built around, the negative impacts that it has on women that you know in your life. Because if you don't have one of those two things, then what the fuck do you have? Why
Well,
do you care?
it's biologically a bad idea to inhibit the reproduction of any species because it'll cause the population to collapse and the species to die off.
Okay, well,
It's a biological evolutionary argument.
Besides,
because I'm an atheist.
a classy lady will let you bust raw.
Yeah, for real, it feels way better, dude.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. I think it just goes into more restrictive. Whatever.
My statement
it goes somewhere.
I'm just curious. I just wanted to know what his argument was. But,
I mean,
more-
I'm not
more
pro birth control. I don't think there's a whole lot to gain from it. It will completely destroy your system. You're basically telling your body to do something that it doesn't naturally, or you're telling it to stop doing something that it naturally wants to do.
No, the
And when you
body naturally stops menstruating under stress, right? So it's not that bad.
Yeah, that's not.
Or if you're vegan, and if you're
Well,
vegan, it stops as well.
I have a question for Anson.
Hey, what's up, Sticky Tack?
Yeah, it's what if a particular what if a particular species is destined for extinction? Isn't that just part of the natural process?
Destined for extinction. So you're saying that there's no free will involved in the human species?
Under your particular hypothetical, yeah,
No.
under evolution.
No, I just because I'm an evolutionary a believer doesn't mean that I don't believe in free will. I'm not bound to determinism just because I have that belief structure.
So then, what's wrong? What's wrong with birth control if people are free will to do so?
Well, I happen to think that my species should continue because it is my biological duty to continue my species.
Yeah, and that's where I'm placing the hypothetical to say that what if a species is destined to go extinct?
Well,
then he wouldn't be able to stop it. But
there's no such thing as destined.
Well, that's
I'm
where it's
arguing with the
hypothetical.
destined.
But this is Ticky
but
Tack's
this
making
is
the
just a
Christian
hypothetical.
argument that why would you care about anything if God doesn't tell you to care about it? My question is,
Oh.
why would you care about what God says unless you care about it? It all comes back to you caring about something.
I'm not arguing for God right now.
Well, it's kind of hard.
I'm a Christian,
modified-
but I'm a moral nihilist at the same time. Don't
So
let me.
Flo's
I'm not
half
gonna
right,
explain
by the
why.
way. Flo's half right. You're doing a modified divine command theory where it's natural command theory. And you're saying, like, if nature dictates this, then shouldn't we ought to do it? And I think what you should be arguing, by the way,
it's not an ought. It's just a descriptor. It's just a fact of reality.
What do you
Like,
regard as pre-contraception? Because I would argue that Anson's voice is pre-contraception. Like, what would you regard as pre-contraception?
What is
Preconception? Yeah, I don't know what that means.
I can't even say the fucking word. I can't say the word. I'm not gonna lie. Contraception.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
what
ignore the
about it?
pre part. What would you regard as contraception?
Facial.
I could say it.
Anything that
I could say
prevents
it.
birth or prevents
anal.
procreation.
Like Anson.
Probably.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Well, we found middle ground here today.
I think that when you're doing hormonal stuff or even the IUDs, things like that, you can dramatically mess up your system in more ways than one. And I think if you are going to take it or utilize it to whatever degree, I think you should be more mindful of the risks that come with it. Nowadays, they're handing over the birth control to teenagers as will clear up your acne thing. And I think that should not be utilized as a acne solution, only because the repercussions reproductively can be more damaging, especially for a young 15, 16-year-old girl who's just now coming into, her womanhood per se.
No, they're only giving it understanding what the repercussions are, and they know that it can't.
That's
affect
absolutely
reproductive
false.
function.
Absolutely false.
No, they know it can't affect. Like you'd have to have
How would we know
endometriosis
how do we know the long-term effects on something that has only been around for a couple decades?
Birth control has been around a lot longer than
A lot of women who take birth control, especially for multiple years. Think about it. If you started at 15 and you're taking it until, let's say, you get married at 25 and you want to stop taking it so that you have children, you've just now dismantled your entire system for 10 years, and you're
No, you don't dismantle it. Nothing gets dismantled. It's still there. It's just not doing
Dude,
anything.
listen to the woman. She's speaking, man.
You're expecting it to just pick right back up where it started, and actually that can affect your, like, these typically, you know, it could take 1, 2, 3 years to get it restart, like kicking back off, where
There could be
at the
some
age of
time.
25, you should be able to essentially, a perfectly healthy woman should be able to knock out a pregnancy pretty quickly.
Aside from acne, what would be the proposed benefit? Like, if a doctor was proposing this option to like a young female, what would be the proposed benefit? And do you feel like that's missed the mark?
So there is, from my understanding, what I've been hearing around the block, 15-year-olds, friends are doing it because of either acne or to help with their cramps, to regulate themselves. I think that's all I've heard.
Not just a reduction in teen pregnancies.
Yeah, like I thought that was the proposed benefit, because I understand that it could have secondary uses.
Why is
but
that?
it's
Why would
not-
that be a? Why would that
not
be
like
a benefit?
preventative measure?
That sounds like a detriment.
Okay, sorry. You want more teen pregnancies?
Yeah, more all pregnancies, more of them, please. We're in a population collapse right now. We need all the pregnancies we can get.
Sounds like you want more single, parent households. So
No, that's horrible. But I prefer more shotgun weddings, to be honest with you.
Not that they're inherently wrong.
that's
You
a bad
sometimes
idea.
they're productive. Regardless, I'm just saying, if the motivation, if the will's there, but a lot of the time the inexperience is there.
People need to be responsible for their consequences in the back of their Chevy instead of being not held to those responsibilities. So they'll make better choices in their life.
You know what's great for a mother?
said
Taking
held
care of a child by yourself, but then taking care of your child's child as well.
You know what's great for a mother? Fulfilling her biological duty.
Who didn't take care of you?
Exactly. So they
Actually, it's living a well-lived life.
Factory for these people. That's all you are to them. You're a baby making factory. That's the only thing you matter for.
Well, I never said any of that. Now you're just putting words in my mouth, dude.
Yeah, I mean,
rhetorically.
Just
Don't
for
beat around
the
the bush now.
record, while
He didn't
we're
say those words at all,
continuing this
Coder.
conversation, I'm going to
Exactly
shut
what I
down the
heard.
Raging Tomatoes side. I'd like everybody to move over to the Gauntlet. We're going to continue the stream over there.
Did you
so
rate yourself?
if-
Real quick.
Yeah, I
Can
hit it. So,
give
yeah.
a closing statement. I'm actually.
Oh, I'm not shutting down the show.
I know. I just.
You can't
I'm-
go
I'm
anywhere.
tired, so I'm
You're
probably
stuck
gonna
here.
close out. But
Yeah, go ahead.
You want me to get him?
Do you want me to close out your?
Is he allowed to leave?
Hold on. Yes, he's allowed to leave. Flo. Thank you, though.
Sarah, I appreciate you.
After you go, do you want me to disconnect your show?
Oh, I think I can do that, right?
You can. Some people forget, so I just want.
Oh, sure. Yeah, if I forget, which I might. So yeah, if I do, then please do so. I threw together a little closing statement here. While we had endless culture wars over LGBTQ issues, and these could be diffused through basic factual education, if only Republicans weren't too scared to let real people be heard, the real threat remains the Orange Man himself. Despite the panel barely discussing Trump and nearly no one defending him, the facts are still undeniable. Donald Trump is systematically gutting our federal government, dismantling accountability, and rewriting the rules to serve his own personal twisted agenda. He fires independent watchdogs, rigs the system, rewards violent extremists, and uses his power to evade the law. As conservatives shift their focus to distracting cultural battles, we must cut through that bullshit and confront the true danger, which is a president whose actions, whether through brutal voter suppression, orchestrated purges of government oversight, or trade wars that extort the working class, prove he is a criminal in power. Our fight isn't about abstract ideologies. It's about holding this con man accountable under the law. We must refocus on defending our democracy and ensuring that no one, not even Donald Trump, is ever above the law. Thank you all so much. I've been Radical Coder. Thank you, Sarah. You are wonderful. The best host.
I love
Radical
having you
Coder,
on, Ryan.
one more thing. If you ever want to 1v1 on something, hit me up.
You don't get a closing statement. You just got here.
I'm not going to hit you up, but you can hit me up.
Damn, that was a power move right there.
How about gentlemen? How about
about nationalism?
How about I hit both of you up? We'll work out a prompt and we'll go from there. How's that sound?
How about nationalism is good?
I would say like civil nationalism is good.
American
Contextual.
nationalism.
Canadian
If you mean
nationalism.
civil
is great.
nationalism, then yeah, like
No, American nationalism.
I don't know what.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Civil
Canadian?
nationalism, isn't that white nationalism? Is that what you're saying is good?
No,
there is
like
there is a degree to it.
Sorry. I'm talking. I mean, if you're talking about white nationalism, I'm not cool with that at all.
I didn't know you were a white nationalist, Ryan.
It's American
No,
nationalism.
So I support nationalism around like the Constitution, right? Like a patriotism is what I would call it, really. But
the Constitution is irrelevant, dude. What the heck is that?
Well, it is with Trump in office, yeah, and more so. But if we push back against that, like I'm encouraging everyone to do, then maybe that won't be the case. So thank you so much, though, everyone. Have a good night. Bye, Sarah.
Thank you, Coach.
I'll
reach out to you.
Streams. Yeah. Please remove mine because I actually don't know how to do it.
I got you.
Thank you. Love you, Sarah. Bye.
I love you, Ryan. All right, I'll message you, Ticky Tack, find some prompt proposals, and we'll take them to him and go from there.
What I